Missing persons cases are different in a place like Daggerland. In Westlake or even North Olmsted, a kid goes missing and there's helicopters, news crews, half the city looking. Here, he had a couple deputies, some volunteers, and whatever neighbors are still willing to tromp through the woods with a flashlight after dark. Most times, they don't find much. The thing is, these cases are almost worse than murders. With a murder, at least there's an answer. A body, a suspect, something that closes the loop. A missing person leaves nothing but an empty space. No proof of death, no proof of life, just the gnawing thought that maybe they're still out there. In a town like this, that uncertainty spreads like a layer of underlying rot. Jenny Harper had been at the town meeting that evening, sitting stiff-backed in the folding chair while Sheriff George Lost laid down the rules. No going near the lake after dark. No walking alone along the shoreline. No children near the water. If you see something strange, call the sheriff immediately. He didn't sugarcoat it. There was something out there. She'd come home with those words burned into her brain, repeating them to herself like a talisman, as she locked up the bakery, again as she drove home, and again as she walked through the front door. Now at home in her kitchen, she recited the sheriff's rules word for word while she wiped down already clean counters. No lake road after sundown, she said, scrubbing a spot that wasn't there. No water past your knees. If you hear something calling your name, don't answer. Daniel Harper leaned on the doorway, arms crossed. He'd heard it all 3 times already. Jenny, he said. The kids aren't going near the lake. We got school, work, life. Look, baby, we don't need to turn this into some kind of... The sheriff is not a hysterical man, she cut in. If he wants to lock up the town, it's because he's seen something. You weren't at the meeting. You didn't see his face. Look, Daniel began. What I see is you going overboard. Locks are fine, honey. Rules are fine, but you're talking like... I want us out of here, she said suddenly. Just for a few days. We can go to my mom's in Cleveland. We can take the kids and we can stay there until things calm down. Daniel frowned at that. That's almost a 2-hour drive at night. It's safer than staying here, she replied. Her eyes flicked toward Tyler and Megan at the table, silently eating their dinner. Tyler looked up at the word safer, but Megan kept her head down, fingers wrapped tightly around her fork. Jenny noticed the fork. She noticed everything. A cabinet door left ajar, the way the salt shaker had been moved 2 inches from where she'd left it. The crumbs that clung to the cutting board, no matter how many times she wiped it. Once she spotted something out of place, she couldn't let it go, not until it was fixed. Daniel had lost count of the number of times she'd stopped mid-conversation to straighten a picture frame or refold a dish towel. It wasn't just neatness. It was her way of keeping her fears under control. When the world got messy, when things happened that you couldn't explain or stop, she doubled down on the things she could. A crooked lampshade might get 3 separate adjustments before she was satisfied. She'd check the locks, then check them again, then run her fingers over the deadbolt just to feel it was right. That same restlessness was in her voice now. Daniel hesitated. Then he nodded. He knew his wife and he loved her, but Daniel understood that she wouldn't stop worrying until they left. Okay, honey, okay. We'll pack up and go. Jenny moved fast, because moving fast kept her from thinking too much. She made piles on the bed, 1 per person, shirts folded the same way, socks nested heel to toe, toothbrushes zipped into clear bags. She wrote a list on the back of a bakery receipt. Chargers, inhaler, snacks, water, cash. Underneath, she wrote the sheriff's exact rules in cramped block letters and tore the receipt free. Taking her first load out to the car, She taped it to the dash with a strip of blue painter's tape from the junk drawer. Her son Tyler stuffed a flashlight and his monster book into his backpack. He hovered in the doorway, half excited, half pretending he wasn't. "Are we really going to Grandma's?" "For a few days," Jenny said. "Shoes on, come on, hoodie." Her daughter Megan padded down the hall, hugging a stuffed rabbit with one flattened ear. "Does Grandma have nightlights?" she asked. "She does now," Jenny said, smiling, and dropped 2 plug-ins into the bag. Daniel did a pass for cables in his laptop. He glanced at the answering machine with 2 red blips and hit play. Mendez's voice from the station, asking folks to respect the curfew. Another from a neighbor saying the meeting got pretty serious. He deleted both and grabbed the car keys. At the door, Jenny set her palm on the deadbolt, pressed, counted to 4. She tugged the handle twice, breathed, then tugged it a 3rd time. Daniel could have teased her, but he didn't. He opened the garage instead. They finished loading the SUV. Jenny buckled Megan, then checked the buckle, then slid the strap flat because twists meant bruises. She did the same for Tyler, ignoring his eye roll. Daniel started the engine, and they rolled out slowly, tires thumping quietly on the seam at the end of the driveway, and hummed away into the night. The headlights washed over the neighborhood as they drove. They took a right at the main road and made it a half-mile before stopping at the temporary sign someone from the county had bolted onto a post. Lake Road closed after dusk by order of the sheriff. The metal looked fresh, the letters stark. They didn't have a choice. This was the only way out to I-90 West into Cleveland. "Windows up," Jenny said, her eyes fixed straight ahead. "We don't stop for anything." She took her husband's hand as they slowly pulled past the sign and onto Lake Road. Houses thinned, replaced by long stretches of scrub and the occasional dock lane arrowing toward the dark water. Far out, a buoy bell clanged once, a lonely sound carried up by a wind that smelled faintly metallic. Daniel watched Jenny's profile, how she scanned the shoulder, then the mirror, then the dash like a pilot before takeoff. The painter's tape with the sheriff's rules fluttered whenever the vents clicked on. Lake Road was narrow here, hemmed in by brush on the left and the steep drop to the water on the right. Guardrails ran in broken segments, their reflectors catching the headlights in quick, white blinks. Between them, the lake showed through, black and endless, its surface rippling just enough to break up the moon's reflection. Every so often, the beam swept over a dock lane, plunging toward the water. Most were chained off, but a few stood open, the gravel shining faintly in the low light. Daniel kept his eyes forward, hands steady on the wheel, but Jenny noticed how his jaw shifted every time one came up. The road felt quieter than it should have. Even the tires seemed muted. Somewhere out on the lake, the buoy bell gave a single hollow clang. In the back seat, Tyler leaned forward, eyes bright. "Josh said he saw a monster in the water. A real monster." His tone a mix of excitement and disbelief, like he wanted it to be true. Daniel grinned without taking his eyes off the road. "There's no monsters, Tyler." He let the pause stretch. "Except if you count Grandma." Tyler snorted. Megan giggled into a rabbit. Daniel leaned over just far enough to kiss Jenny on the cheek. "I'm kidding, honey. You know I love your mother." Jenny shook her head, but didn't hide her smile. "Uh-huh." They rounded the next bend, and that was when the headlights flickered, once, then again, before the dash lights dimmed and the SUV gave a low, shuddering cough. Daniel's eyes darted to the gauges. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me." The engine sputtered, caught for half a second, then died completely. The power steering went with it, forcing Daniel to muscle the wheel as the SUV coasted forward in silence. The only sound now was the faint hiss of the tires on asphalt. Jenny's smile was gone. "What is it?" "I don't know, honey. Battery, fuel pump, I don't know," Daniel said, guiding them toward the shoulder. He braked, and the SUV rolled to a stop beside a section of guardrail. Beyond it, the slope dropped steeply into a tangle of brush and black water. The moon shimmered faintly on the lake's surface below. Daniel set the shifter in park, killed the lights, and exhaled. "Stay here, I'll check under the hood." Jenny unbuckled halfway. "Call the sheriff first." "I will, honey, I will," he said, already reaching for his phone as he pushed the door open. Cold air slid in immediately, smelling sharper this close to the water. Daniel's boots scuffed the pavement as he walked around to the front. He popped the hood. The hinges gave a dry squeal. Jenny rebuckled, glanced back at the kids. "You both stay strapped in." Tyler was craning his neck to see past her shoulder, but Megan had sunk low, rabbit pressed close to her face. Jenny reached back, squeezed her knee, then pulled her own phone out. "No bars." Outside, Daniel angled his body away from the windshield, the phone cupped to his ear. He nodded at something, kicked at the gravel, then disappeared a little farther up the shoulder. Jenny tried to see him through the side mirror, but the angle just caught the glare of their own taillights bouncing off the guardrail. She tapped her thumb on the wheel, eyes flicking between the mirror and the kids. The seconds drew out. The lake breathed against the rocks somewhere below, a slow sucking sound like water pulling at weeds. Once, a faint splash carried up, too big for a fish, too quick for a wave. Jenny told herself it was nothing. A pair of headlights swept around the far bend behind them, far enough away that they looked like two pinpricks moving through the trees. The glow grew, sliding across the inside of the SUV like a slow searchlight. Jenny sat up a little, thinking maybe it would stop. The beams climbed the curve up the guardrail, spilling silver over the hood. For a moment, the interior of the car felt warmer, safer, simply because another human being was out there in the dark with them. And then the light shifted. The vehicle behind them drifted toward the center line, its high beams momentarily bleaching the inside of the SUV so bright Jenny had to blink. She caught the profile of the driver, or thought she did, but it was gone too fast to be certain. The tires hissed past without slowing, the receding glow washing over the curve ahead before vanishing completely. And just like that, they were alone again. The darkness didn't just come back. It seemed to fold over them, thicker than before. The only light left was the anemic glow from the dash and the pale silver of the moon on the lake below. Jenny listened for the sound of the other car, an engine, anything. But all she heard was the faint slap of the water against rocks. She glanced at the clock on the dash. A little after midnight. Daniel had been outside for what, 3, 4 minutes? She thought about getting out, but her stomach tightened at the idea of standing on that shoulder with the lake yawning beside her. The driver's door opened again, and Daniel leaned in. "All right, well, Marcus is on his way." Jenny blinked at that. "Marcus?" Yeah, he's closer than the sheriff, you know. He can be here in 15, Daniel replied, before quickly shutting the door before she could argue and going back to the hood. Jenny stared out in shock. Her husband had not called the sheriff. Jenny sat there for a beat, pulse ticking in her ears. Then she unbuckled, shoved the door open, and stepped out into the cold. The slam echoed along the guardrail and out toward the water. Daniel straightened from the engine bay, his expression already bracing for it. "Jenny, you called Marcus?" she interrupted, striding toward him. "We're stuck on Lake Road in the middle of the night, and you call a mechanic instead of the sheriff." "Jenny, he's closer, okay? He can tow us out faster." "That's not the point," she replied. She was pacing now, hands tight at her sides. "The sheriff knows what's been happening out here. He knows what's in that lake." Daniel rubbed a hand over his jaw. "Oh my God, honey. And what's he gonna do? Show up with a net? If something's out there, George Lost isn't gonna save us any faster than Marcus can." She turned on him, eyes sharp. "You weren't at the meeting? You didn't see his face?" The wind came in off the lake, bringing that wet metal smell again. Jenny walked a few paces toward the guardrail, then back toward the SUV, her boots crunching on grit. "Jenny," Daniel warned, glancing toward the kids through the windshield. "You're scaring them." "I'm not the one," she started. But the rest never came. Something dark shot across the road, so fast it barely had shape. Just motion and weight, and the sickening thud of impact. Jenny's body jerked sideways and was gone, yanked off her feet and into the blackness beyond the guardrail before Daniel could even shout. One heartbeat she was there, pacing in the beam of the headlights. The next, there was nothing but the sound of gravel skittering over the edge and the faint slap of water below. "Jenny?" Daniel's voice cracked. He ran toward the rail, heart hammering, trying to make sense of what he'd just seen. But the space where she'd been was empty, headlights burning on nothing, the cold air swallowing his breath. From the SUV, the little girl started to scream. Daniel spun toward them, caught their wide, tear-filled eyes in the headlights' glare, then vaulted the guardrail without thinking. His boots hit the loose gravel on the far side, sliding a half step before he caught himself and started down the slope. It was steeper than it looked. The ground gave way under his heels, clumps of frozen dirt and stones tumbling toward the water. He used one hand to brace against the brush, the other out in front, ready to grab her if he saw her. "Jenny!" His voice came back to him smaller than he expected, swallowed by the cold air. The lake was a dark mirror at the bottom, the moonlight wavering across its surface. He scanned the shoreline for movement, a ripple, a shadow, anything. But it was just black water breathing against the rocks. Another few yards down, and the smell hit him. Sharp, wet. It clung to the back of his throat. His breath puffed in quick bursts as he kept moving, the sound of the kids crying fading behind him. Then, from somewhere just out of sight to his left, came the faintest splash. Not the lazy slap of water against stone, but a clean, deliberate drop. Daniel froze, every muscle tight. "Jenny?" No answer. Just the water and the wind. He took another cautious step toward the sound, his boots crunching against the gravel. Moonlight caught movement ahead. A shape, low to the ground, its outline broken and hunched. For a heartbeat, Daniel's brain refused to process what he was seeing. Then it shifted, and he saw the trail. A dark smear glistened on the pale stones, leading from the base of the slope to the water's edge. His eyes followed it, and the air seemed to drain out of his lungs. Jenny lay face down at the end of it, her arms limp, her hair dragging in the sand. Something was dragging her. Its claws were sunk deep into her calves, hooked through denim and skin, and it moved in a strange, halting shamble. It moved deliberately, without haste, like it'd done this many times before. Each lurch dragged her another foot toward the lake, the tip of her shoes leaving shallow furrows in the wet gravel The thing kept dragging her until the black water lapped at her knees, never looking back, never loosening its grip. Daniel thought for a strange, disjointed moment that there was something almost playful in the way it moved. It wasn't just hauling her, it was savoring it. The sway of its shoulders, the little hitch before each step. It made it look like it was keeping time to music. A memory surfaced, uninvited. A reality show he'd caught on TV a few nights back, where a couple was doing the tango. That same deliberate, side-to-side rhythm, the controlled steps, the flourish at the end. This thing was doing that, but with his wife's blood trailing behind it. Daniel's mind flicked between disbelief and rage, but his body was already moving. His hand went to his pocket, fingers closing around the slim handle of his pocket knife. He snapped the blade open without looking, the metallic click sounding small against the water's hush. "Hey," he called. That was all he could think to say. The thing stopped mid-step. Its head swiveled toward him in one slow, fluid motion. Moonlight caught its face, and there it was. Teeth too long, a grin too wide, as if the sight of Daniel was funny. Terror surged cold through Daniel's chest, but he was already moving, splashing into the shallows. The lake swallowed his boots in a single step, then the water was at his thighs, then his waist. He kicked off the bottom and swam hard, eyes locked on Jenny's still form as the ripples closed over her. The creature didn't move. It just waited. Inside the SUV, Tyler and Megan sat frozen in their seats. The headlights still burned down the empty stretch of road ahead, but it felt darker somehow, as if the light didn't reach as far as it should. Megan sniffled, clutching her rabbit so tightly her knuckles went white. "Where's Mom and Dad?" she whispered. Tyler shook his head. He didn't want to answer because he didn't know, and because saying it out loud might make it real. The car was too quiet. The only sound was the faint tick of the cooling engine and their own breathing. Every so often, a gust of wind rattled the branches along the slope, and Megan would flinch. Tyler gripped his flashlight tighter, angling it toward the floorboard so its glow didn't spill onto the windows. He kept telling himself not to look toward the water. Megan sniffled again. "I don't like it here." Neither of them moved. Then, under the soft rhythm of the waves, came another sound. Low at first, almost like distant thunder. It grew, a steady, throaty rumble rolling over the curve of the road. Tyler's eyes shot to the rearview mirror, but the darkness there stayed unbroken. The noise swelled, joined by the faint crunch of tires on gravel. Headlights crested the bend behind them, washing through the SUV's interior like daylight. Megan let out a shaky breath. It was a pickup truck. The truck's engine idled low, filling the silence with a heavy hum. Its headlights stretched long across the guardrail, cutting sharp shadows into the slope. Megan pressed closer to Tyler, clutching her rabbit to her chin. Her eyes stayed locked on the rear window until a shape moved across the beams. A man stepped in the light, his limp pronounced as he came forward. His coat hung heavy around his shoulders, and in his hand, a small toolbox clinked with every uneven step. Marcus Wilkins, the town mechanic. Marcus looked older than his years, though no one could quite pin down how old he actually was. Thin but wiry, his frame had the kind of strength that came from decades of lifting car parts and tires rather than gym weights. His shoulders carried a permanent stoop. and he favored his left leg with a subtle limp that made his gait uneven. His hands told the story most clearly, bent at the knuckles, stiff with arthritis, yet still strong enough to wrench a bolt free when no one else could. Grease was embedded so deep into his skin that it never fully washed out. Even his fingernails carried permanent stains, like shadows he couldn't scrub away. His face was sunken but sharp, with hollow cheeks and eyes that seemed both weary and alert at the same time. His thinning hair, once black, was now almost completely gray, and he wore it cropped short to keep it out of his work. Despite the wear, there was a steadiness about him. A man who knew every rattle and cough of his customers' cars and who carried that knowledge like armor. He'd lost his wife the previous spring, brain cancer taking her slowly. Since then, Marcus had driven his old truck more, always on the lookout for work to keep himself busy. His only son, Tommy, lived out on the Pennsylvania coast, visiting maybe once a year. Marcus didn't hold it against him. His son had his own family, his own life. But that did mean the shop was quieter than it used to be, and Marcus filled the silence the only way he knew how, with work. And not just paying work. Somewhere along the line, kids in town had figured out that if your bike chain snapped or your handlebars wouldn't straighten, Marcus was the one who could fix it. No charge, no lecture, just a nod, a few turns of a wrench, and the thing was working better than new. Word got around, and before long it became something of a ritual. A bent frame or broken pedal meant a trip to Marcus's shop. He'd even fixed up little Tyler Harper's bike last year. The boy probably didn't even remember. It was just one of those small-town miracles kids take for granted. But Marcus remembered. He remembered every chain he'd set back on its sprocket, every wheel he'd trued. And the very same man who'd once mended what Tyler thought was an impossibly broken bicycle was about to save his life. Marcus stopped at the side of the SUV, bending to peer through the glass. His face was tired, worn by years of hard work and long winters, but steady in a way that made Tyler's chest loosen just a little. "You kids all right in there?" His voice was muffled through the glass, but calm, normal, like this was just another breakdown on just another night. "Where's Mom and Dad?" Megan's voice wavered before Tyler could answer. There's a monster," she blurted. Too fast, like if she didn't get it out, she'd choke on it. Her small hands clutched at her brother's sleeve. "It took Mom." The words hit the glass, muffled, broken by her trembling breath. To Marcus, it was like hearing through a storm window, half-swallowed syllables, jagged with panic. He caught only fragments. Monster. Mom. He leaned closer, cupping a hand around his ear against the glass. "Say again?" His voice was steady, though his heart thumped a bit harder in his chest. Tyler shook his head violently, pulling Megan closer, like the very air outside might grab her. Marcus raised a palm, slow and calm, then motioned to the lock with 2 fingers. "All right, come on. It's okay," he said. "Open up now." For a long moment, nothing moved inside. Just 2 pale faces staring back, eyes wide, chest heaving. Then, with a tiny metallic click, the lock slid. Marcus eased the door open before they could change their minds. "All right, come on," he murmured, helping Megan down first, then Tyler. His big hands steadying them both, as if they were made of glass. He guided them toward his truck, his body angled between them and the darkness at the tree line. "All right, get in now," he said. You're safe. I'll take care of you." He got them into the back seat of his truck, closing the door with a gentle but firm click. Megan clutched Tyler's arm so tightly her knuckles whitened. Both of them pressed together in the dark cab like they thought the glass might shatter at any second. Marcus gave them a steady nod, a half smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, before circling around to the driver's side. He slid behind the wheel, fished the radio handset off its clip, and thumbed the button. "Hey, Sheriff's Office, this is Marcus Wilkins out on Old Lake Road. I got 2 kids here, scared out of their minds. Something happened. I need somebody out here soon as possible." A burst of static, then a woman's voice crackled back through the line. "Marcus, this is Mendez. Sit tight and I'll get a unit to you right away. Where exactly are you?" "Well, we're a couple miles past Palmer's Bluff," he began, his eyes flicking to the side mirror, scanning the tree line. "Pulled over by a black SUV. Kids were inside. Their parents..." He paused, realizing that the kids were listening. "Well, we just need help right away," he finished. There was the briefest pause before Mendez came back, her tone sharper now. "Copy that. Stay put, Marcus. Sending someone out now." Marcus let the handset rest in his lap, staring out into the darkness beyond his headlights. His gut twisted. The kids were safe for the moment, but the night out here felt wrong. He took a slow breath, then glanced back at the 2 small faces peering over the seat, eyes wide and waiting. "You 2 just sit tight," he said, voice softer. "Help's on the way." He leaned a little closer over the seat. "Tell me what happened." Tyler opened his mouth, then shut it again. His eyes darted to Megan, who clutched her rabbit tight. Finally, he said, "Something took them." Marcus's jaw tightened. "Took them where?" "To the water," Megan whispered. He reached over to the passenger seat, fingers closing around the long-handled wrench lying there. The weight was solid, familiar. He slid out of the cab, boots crunching gravel, and glanced back at the kids. "Don't open these doors," he said firmly, "unless it's me or the sheriff." He hesitated a beat, thinking of the children, and then added, "You know, when I get scared, I squeeze my hand into a fist. Reminds me I'm still here." He gave them the faintest wink and shut the door behind him. Marcus limped toward the guardrail, the wrench loose but ready in his hand. He stopped at the edge, where the headlights bled pale light across the brush, and leaned over. Down below, the beach glistened in strips of moonlight, the lake lapping slow and steady against the stones. He squinted, searching the shoreline. Marcus narrowed his eyes. Something was lying there, a pale shape against the darker gravel. For a moment, he thought it might just be driftwood. But then he saw an arm, a body. He glanced back in the direction of the tow truck. 2 small faces pressed to the glass, waiting. Marcus lifted the wrench in a little half wave, stay put, and swung one leg over the guardrail. His boot slipped on the gravel slope, but he caught himself and began working his way down toward the shoreline, slow and careful, the wrench still gripped tight. The air grew colder the closer he got to the lake. The sound of the waves slowly lapping against the rocks was all he could hear now. At the bottom, the stones crunched underfoot. The body lay sprawled at the edge of the tide, hair dark and wet, limbs at odd angles. Marcus approached, his limp pronounced in the shifting gravel. "Hello?" he called softly, though he already knew there'd be no answer. The figure didn't move. He crouched, bracing himself on the wrench, and in the moonlight he saw the face of a woman. Tall, maybe 5'8", he figured, with dark hair plastered across her cheek, her eyes half open and clouded. Marcus's gut tightened. He swallowed hard, forcing himself closer. Her blouse was torn open across the torso, the fabric soaked through and clinging to the skin beneath. At first, it looked like some dark bruise spreading across her right side, until he realized it wasn't bruising at all. It was absence. The flesh beneath her ribs had been ripped open, the cavity raw and hollow. There was no blood pooling, no frantic bleeding the way an injury should have looked. Just a gaping, ragged space where something had been carved out. Inside the tow truck, Tyler and Megan waited in silence. The dome light had clicked off, leaving them lit only by the faint green glow of the dash and the wash of headlights cutting into the night. Megan clutched her rabbit so tight her knuckles ached. Tyler stared straight ahead, trying to keep his breath steady, trying not to think about how long Marcus had been gone. And then a thump, heavy, deliberate, somewhere outside in the gravel. Both of them froze. Another thump, closer this time. Footsteps. Big ones. Megan's eyes widened. "It's him," she whispered, voice thin with hope. "It's the man that helped us." Tyler wanted to believe it. He craned his neck toward the side window. "Yeah, it's just him. Has to be." But when they turned, all they saw was darkness beyond the glass. Something stood there, close enough that its bulk blotted out the reflection of the trees. They couldn't see its face. It was too tall, the top half hidden in shadow above the window line. Only its outline was visible, a slanted shoulder, the rise and fall of something breathing slow and steady. Tyler's heart hammered in his chest. Megan shrank back, her rabbit pulled up beneath her chin. A hand moved. No, not a hand. Longer. A claw. It slid slowly across the glass with a wet, dragging sound. The smear it left behind was dark, streaking through the fogged surface in slow strokes. One line, another, then another looping back around. The kids watched in horror as letters began to form. Their breath fogged the inside, while the thing smeared from the outside. The letters crooked, but unmistakable. It read, "Hello." Megan whimpered, a high, choked sound. But before Tyler could shush her, the figure shifted. The weight outside pressed forward. In an instant, the window was filled, face mashed flat against the glass, grin wide. The eyes rolled and locked onto theirs. It held up something red towards the kids, something dripping, and took a big, happy bite of it. Tyler didn't realize it then, but he was staring at a human liver. The thing winked. Megan gasped and dove for the middle of the seat, her rabbit squeezed against her chest. Tyler forced himself to tear his eyes from the window. His hand shot to the door handle, pressing down on the lock to make sure it was still tight. "Check yours," he said quickly. Megan's fingers trembled, but she shoved the knob down until it clicked hard. She nodded, eyes wide, breathing fast. For a moment, the cab was silent. Outside, the creature was still, and then it leaned back, grinned, and tilted its head toward the handle. Slowly, It lowered one long claw until it tapped against the keyhole, like it was testing the shape. And then the claw slid inside. The sound was worse than they imagined. A scraping, scratching whine that made Megan clap her hands over her ears. Tyler bit his lip, frozen, watching the thing's shoulders shift as it probed with exaggerated care, twisting the claw as if it were a skeleton key. The creature pressed its face closer to the glass, eyes rolling toward them, grin widening as it worked. It was enjoying this. There was a scraping sound, and then, click. The lock popped up with a tiny sound. The claw lingered there for a moment, savoring it, and then it slid up to the handle, curling slow and deliberate around the chrome. The door trembled as the latch began to ease back. The gap opened no more than an inch, and then, crack. A blur of iron smashed across the creature's head, just below its left eye. The blow rang out sharp against bone. The thing reeled sideways with a wet grunt, teeth snapping together as its grin finally broke. The kids flinched at the noise. Megan began screaming before she even realized what she was looking at. A figure stood just outside the headlights, bent slightly, chest heaving, both hands locked around the long wrench slick with lake spray. Marcus. He didn't say a word. His face was pale, eyes locked and burning, as if he hadn't climbed back up from the shoreline at all, but risen out of the earth for this one moment. Marcus lifted the wrench again, high and tight against his shoulder, knuckles white. His bad leg trembled beneath him, but he didn't step back. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. The creature straightened slowly, its hunched frame unfurling under the wash of the headlights until it seemed too tall, too broad to be standing on the narrow strip of road. Water dripped from its shoulders, pattering softly against the asphalt. Marcus held his ground and stood between the creature and the children, wrench raised, chest rising and falling, jaw tight as stone. They faced each other in the pale light, two silhouettes locked in a standoff, an old man with a bad leg, hard years etched into his hands, staring down a thing straight from a nightmare. For a moment, Marcus's mind slid 50-some years back. He was a boy again, sitting on the parson's old plaid couch with his friend Billy, a bowl of popcorn between them. Creature from the Black Lagoon flickered on the TV, black and white images casting long shadows across the room. He pretended to be tough, but the truth was it scared him so badly he wouldn't go near the lake for weeks. Every ripple in the water looked like claws reaching up from the deep. Billy had teased him without mercy, but Marcus never forgot the feeling. And now, here it was again. Only worse. Much worse. The rubber-suited monster from his childhood nightmares had nothing on the thing grinning at him under the Ohio moonlight. The night was silent, except for the steady hush of the lake below, each wave sliding against the rocks like the beat of a low drum. It was their music. The thing tilted its head and dragged one long claw against the metal door of the truck. The screech of steel on steel split the air. Sparks jumped. Marcus didn't wait. He'd never been more scared in all his life, but he shifted his grip, squared his shoulders, and swung. The wrench came down hard, a blur in the half-light, and the creature caught his arm mid-swing. Its claw clamped around his wrist, the strike frozen in place inches from its skull. For a heartbeat, the thing's eyes narrowed, as if surprised by the strength of the old man. Marcus gritted his teeth and shoved back, every muscle in his shoulders and chest straining. Decades of turning wrenches, prying rusted bolts, hauling engines off mounts. It had built a kind of stubborn strength into him. His forearms bulged, the tendons standing out like cords as he pushed against the thing. And for just that moment, he held his own. But strong as he was no match for a creature from nightmares. The grin slid back into place as it leaned closer. Slowly, deliberately, it rolled Marcus's wrist inward, bending the wrench back toward his own shoulder. His arm trembled, locked in place, pain shooting down into his elbow. Then the creature reached forward, one claw traced across his collarbone, then up the side of his neck. Marcus tried to jerk away, but the claw twitched. A sharp sting blossomed under his jaw. Warmth spilled down the left side of his neck, hot and sudden. He staggered backward, dropping the wrench and gripping his neck tightly. Inside the cab, Tyler and Megan pressed against the glass, eyes wide. Blood poured down Marcus's neck, bright and gleaming in the headlights. He staggered backward into their view, clutching at the wound with both hands. For a brief, awful moment, he turned toward the truck. His eyes found theirs through the windshield, wide, stricken, apologetic, as though he wished he could tell the children to run. His knees buckled. Marcus Wilkins crumpled to the asphalt in front of the hood, collapsing hard onto his side. Blood spread beneath him in a slick, slow-growing pool that caught the beams of the headlights and glistened like oil. Megan let out a thin wail, muffled by the glass. Tyler just stared in shock. Beyond Marcus's still form, the creature's shadow loomed, hunched and grinning, stepping forward into the wash of light. The creature turned and slowly came towards the children. Its claws curled around the door handle. Megan sobbed into a rabbit, Tyler too frozen even to move. The door began to slowly open, and then headlights flared, an engine roared. A car slammed into the creature with bone-cracking force, the impact hurling it sideways off its feet. The thing spun across the asphalt, skidding in a blur of claws and blood before crashing hard into the guardrail with a shriek of metal. The cruiser skidded to a stop, tires screaming. Red and blue lights erupted, painting the road in frantic color. The kids blinked against the sudden blaze, hearts hammering. A man stepped out of the cruiser, dark hair beneath a sheriff's hat, brown eyes locked hard on the thing sprawled against the guardrail. His revolver was already up, steady in both hands, barrel tracking the creature as it pushed against the twisted metal. Sheriff George Lost. From the same vehicle, another man bolted forward, blondish hair showing under the brim of a baseball cap, green eyes sharp with urgency. He didn't hesitate. He went straight for the truck, straight for the kids. "Get down," he barked. Tyler shoved Megan against the seat as David Winters yanked the door open with a grunt. Behind him, George's revolver cracked. Once, twice. The creature jerked with each shot, a spray of black fluid hitting the guardrail. It still tried to rise up. George fired again, Then he holstered his revolver long enough to pull open the cruiser's back door. "Come on," he barked, waving the kids forward. David half lifted, half shoved Tyler and Megan out of the truck and across the narrow stretch of road. Megan clung to his sleeve, rabbit dangling from her arm, while Tyler stumbled ahead, pale and numb with shock. George caught them both, steadying their shoulders, and guided them into the back seat of the cruiser. "Get down, stay down," he ordered, his voice sharp but not unkind. The kids slid across the seat, clutching each other tight as the red and blue lights washed their faces. George slammed the door shut, turned back, and called over the roof, "Dave!" David was already moving, but he stopped when George's hand shot out, pointing. Marcus. He lay sprawled in front of the tow truck, blood slick and pooling beneath him. His chest heaved faintly, but his eyes were closed, his face waxy in the headlights. George sprinted first, holstering his revolver as he dropped to one knee beside him. "He's alive," he barked, though the word sounded more like a command than a certainty. David skidded in beside him, slipping an arm under Marcus's shoulders. Together they heaved him up, his body sagging heavy between them. His boots dragged along the pavement, leaving dark streaks as they staggered him toward the cruiser. "Easy, easy," David muttered, though Marcus gave no sign he heard. His head lolled against George's shoulder, blood soaking down both their sleeves. The cruiser's rear door stood open. George and David shoved Marcus inside, bracing his body against the seat. His arms flopped limp at his sides, his jaw hung slack, eyes closed. David slid in next to Marcus while trying to keep pressure on the open wound. On the other side of the seat, Tyler and Megan pressed themselves into the corner, knees tucked to their chest. Megan cried softly, hiding her face against her rabbit, while Tyler just stared at Marcus, at the blood on his throat, the rise and fall of his chest that looked too shallow, too slow. George slammed the door shut, and when he turned, the thing was already moving. It peeled itself off the guardrail in the headlights, tall and dripping, claws gleaming wet. George didn't wait. He dove into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and jammed the shifter into reverse. "Hold on," he barked. The cruiser roared backward, tires shrieking against the asphalt. The sudden lurch threw Tyler and Megan into the floor well. The headlights carved wild arcs across the road as George spun the wheel. The creature surged forward, claws raking at the pavement, but the cruiser fishtailed clear, gravel spitting like gunfire. David kept one hand tied on Marcus's wound, motioning with the other for the kids to stay down. Go, go, he said. George jammed the brakes, wrenched the wheel, and the cruiser spun hard. The rear swung wide, red and blue lights flashing across the trees and the black face of the leg. Then the nose came around, tires biting, and the car shot forward down the road toward town. In the mirror, for one awful second, the creature filled the beams, tall, still grinning, blood streaking down its chin. George's eyes stayed locked on the road, jaw clenched. The lake fell away behind them. Back at the sheriff's station, the quiet felt heavier than the night outside. George sat at the table, a fresh cup of coffee cooling in his hands. Across from him, David slumped forward, his shirt stained with Marcus's blood. He hadn't said a word since the ambulance pulled out. The cruiser parked out front was empty now. The kids had been picked up by their grandparents an hour earlier, bundled into the back of a minivan, and driven away from town without a word. George had stood there and watched until the taillights disappeared, feeling like he'd handed over something fragile that might shatter before it reached safety. "You think Marcus will make it?" David finally asked. "He's tough. That wound on his neck, that would have killed me." George didn't answer right away. He stared into his cup, then set it down. "Doc Graham is doing what he can." David dragged a hand down his face. "We don't even know what it was, George. We don't even know what the hell that thing is." George's jaw tightened. He kept his eyes fixed on the tabletop. He exhaled hard through his nose. "We've got cops from Ashtabula and Paynesville running the shoreline, checking every stretch they can." David looked up. "How many?" "As many as I could get," George began. 10, 12 maybe. Depends on how much time they can give us." George rubbed a hand across his face. "It's not enough. Lake's too big. Too many places to miss." David leaned back, the chair groaning under his weight. "And still no sign of the parents?" George shook his head. "Not a thing. Just a few footprints by the bluff. Could be anyone. And those end about 20 yards from the water." Silence stretched. Both men knew what that meant, but neither wanted to say it. Finally, David spoke. "So what's our next move?" The sheriff didn't answer right away, just reached for his coffee. His hand hovered over the mug, but he didn't pick it up. "Well, those cops are here in town tonight," he began. "Good men, working in pairs, sticking close. I told him straight, there's something dangerous out there. Maybe I didn't spell it out, but they know enough to keep their eyes open. They brought extra firepower." David gave a slow nod. George leaned forward, lowering his voice. "And that buys us a little time. A night to think. To plan. We'll see what tomorrow brings. But people are going to want answers. I want answers. And I want my town safe again." David nodded. George fell silent. He stared into the coffee and thought. The two kids were alive, thank God, though no one could say what had happened to their parents. Both of the children kept repeating the same thing. Marcus Wilkins had saved them from a monster. George exhaled slowly. Marcus. There'd been a lot of blood. George wasn't a doctor, but he knew it was bad. It was unlikely the old mechanic would survive the night. My name is Caleb Rourke. I'm a firefighter and EMT with the Athens Fire Department in southeastern Ohio. Our station sits just off East State Street, a few minutes from the Hocking River, and less than 10 minutes from US Route 33. We cover Athens, the Plains, Nelsonville, and a wide stretch of rural county roads that run toward Wayne National Forest. Some shifts are nothing but medical calls, chest pain, overdoses, lift assist. Other nights it's structure fires, vehicle rollovers, and barns burning in the middle of a field with no hydrants within half a mile. I've been on this job 9 years. A standard shift is 24 hours. We check in at 7 a.m. sharp. First thing is apparatus check. Engine 3 gets a full walk around. Tires, compartments, pump panel, hose beds. Then personal gear. My turnout coat and pants hang on the rack beside my boots. I check the reflective striping, the stitching at the cuffs, the face shield on my helmet. My SBAC cylinder holds 45 minutes of air if I'm breathing steady. In a real fire, it's closer to 20. I check the pressure gauge, run the pass alarm to make sure it shrieks if I stop moving, and reset the regulator. If something fails inside a structure, you don't get a warning twice. Engine 3 runs with 4 of us. Captain Reeves drives and handles command until a chief arrives. He's quiet and he doesn't waste words. Lopez rides the nozzle seat and pulls first line. Carter is our EMT and handles most of the patient care when we switch from fire to medical. I rotate between search, backup line, and outside vent depending on the call. We know each other's habits, and we know how each other moves in smoke. When the tones drop at night, the station speaker cracks once before dispatch comes through. That sound alone pulls you out of sleep. Your heart rate jumps before you even process the address. Structure fire reported. Vehicle accident with injuries. Possible entrapment. You're already standing up before the dispatcher finishes the cross streets. Boots on, coat zipped, radio clipped. We're in the engine and moving in under a minute. Fire behaves. Heat rises, smoke collects at the ceiling and pushes down as the room saturates. Wood floors weaken near the joist. Drywall fails. You watch for rollover in the smoke layer, and you cool it before it flashes. If the floor feels spongy under your weight, you get out. If the smoke turns black and thick and starts pulsing, you back up and hit it from a safer angle. The building gives you information if you know how to read it. Route 33 keeps us real busy. Tractor trailers drift across lanes at 2 in the morning. In winter, the overpasses freeze before the rest of the road. We've pulled drivers out of crushed sedans with hydraulic cutters while traffic backs up for miles. We've worked wrecks in the median while state troopers shine spotlights over our shoulders. There's a system to it. Stabilize the vehicle, pop the door, cut the hinge, clear the path, get the patient out. In town, most of the houses are older wood frame builds. Narrow staircases, low ceilings, bedrooms usually off a central hallway. You search the same way every time. Sweep left, sweep right, check behind doors, under beds, inside closets. Call out so your partner knows your location. Stay low, follow the wall, keep track of your hose line. The rookies say they're afraid of the flames. They picture getting trapped, running out of air, the roof collapsing on them. And that fear makes sense. But after enough calls, you realize fire follows patterns. It spreads according to fuel and oxygen. It weakens what holds it up. It leaves evidence of where it started. You can prepare for it. What stays with you are the calls where the pattern fails. I'm not talking about arson or electrical faults or hidden void spaces. Those still fit into something physical. I'm talking about moments inside a structure where the layout doesn't match the exterior, or when you clear a room and then hear movement in it again, or when you account for every member on your crew and still see someone standing in the smoke. I don't have a theory for any of it. I don't sit around the kitchen table at the station trying to explain it. I go home after shift, sleep a few hours, and come back the next morning like always. But there are a few calls I still replay when I'm lying in my bunk at 3 a.m., waiting for the next set of tones. The first one happened in Nelsonville, just off Chestnut Street. Dispatch toned us out at 2:14 in the morning. Flames were already showing from the second floor windows when we turned onto the block. It should have been routine. The call came in at 2:14 a.m. Dispatch reported a working structure fire on Chestnut Street in Nelsonville. Neighbor called it in. Flames visible from the second floor. Possible elderly male occupant inside. No confirmation on whether he'd made it out. We were on Route 33 when the tones dropped. Reeves turned us toward Nelsonville without saying much. I was already pulling my hood over my head in the back seat, while Lopez checked the nozzle coupling one more time. The sky was clear, no wind, and that mattered. When we turned onto Chestnut, we saw it immediately. Flames were venting from a second-floor window on the right side of the house. The front door was closed. No visible fire on the first floor. 2 neighbors stood barefoot in the yard across the street. Reeves pulled past the address, so we had room to work. I stepped off the engine and I felt the heat even from the sidewalk. Lopez and I pulled a pre-connect line to the front door, while Carter grabbed the thermal imaging camera. One of the neighbors yelled that Mr. Jones lived alone. Late 70s. Didn't drive much anymore. They hadn't seen him come out. Reeves gave the order for interior search and fire attack. We masked up, air on. The world narrowed to the sound of my own breathing inside the regulator. Lopez forced the front door, and it gave on the second hit. Smoke pushed out low and thick. I stayed below it and followed the hose in. The first floor was charged with heat, but not fully involved. Fire had started upstairs. We moved fast. The staircase was narrow and straight ahead from the front door. I could see orange light flickering at the top. The railing was already hot through my glove. We stayed low and advanced. At the top of the stairs, the hallway ran left to right. Fire was venting from the bedroom on the right. The left side was dark but filled with smoke. Carter stayed at the stair landing with the TIC and began sweeping. Lopez hit the ceiling with a short burst to cool the rollover. Steam filled the hallway. We advanced to the right bedroom first, and it was fully involved. The bed frame was visible through flame. The window had blown out. Heat was pushing hard toward the hall. We knocked that room down enough to search it. No victim in sight. The mattress collapsed inward when Lopez hit it again. Carter called from the hall that the left side of the room was cooler. We backed out of the fire room and moved left. First door, bathroom, clear. Second door, small bedroom, empty. Bed, dresser, no occupant. At the end of the hall was one more door, closed. That was normal. People sleep with doors closed. I tried the handle. It turned. I pushed it open and swept low with my gloved hand. Bedroom. Single bed against the wall. No fire in this room yet. Light smoke at the ceiling. I moved in and checked the bed. Empty. I checked behind it. Closet door at the far wall. Closet, I said over the radio. Lopez stayed at the doorway while I crossed the room. The closet door felt warm. That was strange. There was no visible fire on this side of the house. I opened it. Inside was a narrow space, barely 3 feet deep. No shelving, no clothes, just a man standing upright against the back wall. He was facing forward. He was fully dressed in a white undershirt and dark pants. His skin was intact, no visible burns, no smoke staining on his face. His eyes were open. For half a second, I thought we'd found him alive, and then I realized he wasn't breathing. I stepped closer to check for a pulse. The air inside that closet, well, it was hotter than the hallway. My thermal camera wasn't on me. I left it with Carter. I reached forward to grab his shoulder. His eyes shifted. They moved from somewhere past me and focused directly on my face. The right hand came up fast and grabbed my wrist. The grip was strong. "You left," he said. I tried to pull back, but his fingers tightened. I felt heat through my glove, like metal heating under a torch. Lopez stepped into the room then. "Caleb, move." I braced my boot against the closet frame and pulled hard. The man's skin began to blister under my hand. Not slowly, fast. The white of his undershirt darkened as if something inside him was heating from the core outward. His fingers didn't loosen. "You left," he repeated. And then his grip slackened, and his body collapsed straight down. Not like someone falling, like something hollow losing structure. He dropped into a pile of blackened material at my feet. No bones visible or recognizable form, just fragments and ash. The heat in the closet spiked instantly. Lopez dragged me back by my coat collar. Fire rolled into the hallway from the right side again, and we had to pull out. We exited down the stairs and regrouped outside, while another line finished suppression from the exterior. The fire was knocked down within 20 minutes. Overhaul took another hour. When the structure was safe, the county coroner walked through with us. Mr. Jones's body was located in the kitchen on the first floor, near the back door. Severe smoke inhalation. He likely died before the fire fully extended upstairs. I didn't say anything about the closet. Lopez didn't either. Later, when we were stripping gear back at the station, I pulled off my glove, and there were 5 blister marks across my wrist, evenly spaced, oval, like fingertips. I'd worn full structural gloves the entire time, no breach in the fabric. Medical documented it as a contact burn from heated debris, and I didn't argue. The closet was measured during investigation. According to the layout of the house, it should have been deeper, at least 5 feet. But when investigators checked after the fire, the back wall of that bedroom was flush with the exterior brick. There was no space for a closet at all. The house was torn down 2 months later. I drove past the lot once after shift. The foundation was still there. And I check every closet twice now. Case 2. The Route 33 overpass. The call came in at 3:47 a.m. Single vehicle rollover. U.S. Route 33 eastbound, just past the Plains exit. Possible entrapment. Ohio State Highway Patrol already en route. We were 5 minutes out when dispatch updated. Vehicle upside down in the median. 1 occupant confirmed. No other vehicles involved. Route 33. It's dark in that stretch. No businesses, no houses. Just a long ribbon of highway, bordered by low grass and a shallow drainage ditch. There's an overpass about a quarter mile past the exit. County Road 24 crosses above it. We've worked wrecks there before. Reeves positioned the engine to block the right lane. State troopers had already shut down eastbound traffic. A silver sedan was resting upside down in the median, roof crushed inward but not fully collapsed. The driver's side was pinned against the dirt. The passenger side was accessible. Headlights were still on. Lopez and I grabbed cribbing and stabilization blocks. Carter brought the trauma bag. I could see the driver hanging in his seatbelt through the shattered windshield. He was conscious. Well, we stabilized the vehicle first, cribbing under the frame, wedges at the pillars. Once it felt solid, Lopez killed the battery while I crawled through the broken passenger window. The driver was male, mid-20s, blood running from a cut on his forehead down into his hair. Airbag deployed. His eyes tracked me when I leaned in. "Hey there, I'm Caleb with the fire department," I began. "You're gonna be okay. We're getting you out." He swallowed and nodded once. His voice was shaky but clear. "There was someone in the road," he said. I checked his airway and pulse while Carter slid in behind me. "Okay," I said. "We'll talk about that in a second. Just stay still." "There was someone standing there," he said again. Just standing in my lane." His vitals were unstable, but not catastrophic. We cut the seatbelt and supported his neck, while Lopez prepared to remove the windshield entirely. Glass came out in chunks. The hydraulic cutter groaned as it bit into the frame. "Did they run off?" Carter asked. The driver shook his head, as much as the collar allowed. "No, they didn't move." Lopez and I exchanged a look, but kept working. We extricated him in under 10 minutes, loaded him onto the stretcher. Carter climbed into the back of the medic unit while I rode along. As we pulled away, I looked back toward the overpass, and there was someone standing on the guardrail above us. A figure centered on the bridge, hands at their sides. No vehicle stopped on the shoulder, no hazard lights or movement. Just standing there. The trooper's cruiser lights strobed blue against the concrete supports. I leaned toward the driver's window of the medic unit. "Do you, see someone up there?" I asked the trooper. He looked up, then back at me. "Where?" "On the bridge," I said. He stepped out of his cruiser and shined his light upward. The bridge was empty. No one on the guardrail, no car pulled over, no shadows. I didn't argue. I got back in the unit and we continued toward the hospital. The driver coded once in transit. Carter worked him hard. We got a pulse back before arrival, but he was critical. And he died in surgery 2 hours later. Highway Patrol asked us for our statements later that morning. Standard procedure. They told us the driver's dash cam had been recovered. It was an aftermarket unit mounted near the rearview mirror. And I asked to see it. The trooper hesitated, but eventually turned his laptop toward me. The footage showed the sedan traveling eastbound. Speed steady, no swerving. No headlights from oncoming traffic in that stretch. At timestamp 3:45:12, the driver's headlights illuminated the lane ahead. And for 3 frames, less than a second, there was someone standing in the middle of the road, centered in the lane, facing the vehicle. No reflective clothing, no visible features, just a human shape in direct line with the headlights. At 3:45:13, the shape was gone. The driver jerked the wheel hard right, and the vehicle clipped the median and flipped. The trooper rewound the footage. The 3 frames were still there. "Probably a glitch," he began. "Camera artifact." "Artifact from what?" I asked. He didn't answer that. The next day, I asked Reeves if Highway Patrol had shared the footage officially. He shook his head. "No, they said it corrupted when they exported it." I checked with the trooper I'd spoken to, and he told me the same thing. "File damaged, can't retrieve." I didn't push it. A week later, we ran another call on that same stretch of 33. Disabled vehicle this time. Engine trouble. Middle-aged woman pulled onto the shoulder. While Lopez helped her pop the hood, I walked a few yards down the median toward where the sedan had flipped. The glass there was flattened from the crash. Bits of broken glass still glittered in the dirt. I looked up at the overpass again. Nobody there. But I noticed something. On the concrete barrier above, centered over the eastbound lane, there was a dark streak on the guardrail, about shoulder height, vertical, like something had been standing there long enough to leave a mark. State crews around there clean bridges regularly. Graffiti doesn't last long. This wasn't spray paint. It looked worn into the metal. I climbed halfway up the embankment and squinted. The streak wasn't wide. It was shaped like 2 narrow lines close together, like footprints. I didn't mention it to anyone. After that call, I started carrying a small personal body camera on night shifts. Not department issued, just something I bought online. I clipped it to my turnout coat during highway calls. I never caught anything unusual on it. But every time we run Route 33 after midnight, I check the overpass before we clear the scene. Once, about 3 months after the rollover, we were returning from a medical call in the plains around 2:30 a.m. As we passed under that same bridge, I looked up automatically, and there was a figure standing at the center again, hands at his sides, facing down toward the vehicle. No vehicle parked above. I leaned forward in my seat. "Reeves," I said, "slow down." He glanced up through the windshield at the bridge. "What?" "On the guardrail," I said. He tapped the brakes slightly. I looked up again, and the guardrail was empty. We kept driving. Nobody said anything else about it. I have worked dozens of wrecks since then. Most of them make sense. Speed, alcohol, ice, Distraction. This one didn't. The driver said someone was standing in his lane. The camera showed someone in his lane. And twice now, I've seen someone on that overpass with no car, no movement, and no reason to be there. When we respond to that stretch of highway after dark, I make sure one of us always looks up. Case 3. The cabin off Hope Moonville Road. The call came in at 1:26 a.m. Smoke investigation. Possible cabin fire near Hope Moonville Road, east side of Wayne National Forest. Caller was a hiker who said he saw smoke through the trees while driving out. That road is narrow and uneven. No streetlights, no call service once you're a few miles in. Reeves drove slow once we left the paved stretch and turned onto gravel. The engine bounced hard enough to rattle tools inside the compartments. There are old hunting cabins scattered through that part of the forest. Some are maintained, some haven't been touched in decades. We found the cabin about a quarter mile off the road down a dirt track. Single-story wood structure. Tin roof. One window facing the clearing. No visible flames from the outside. No glow in the trees. There was smoke coming from the chimney. Not heavy smoke, just a steady gray stream rising straight up into the night air. Reeves killed the engine and stepped out. The forest was quiet. No wind, no insects loud enough to matter. Just the ticking of our cooling engine. We pulled the line anyway, standard procedure. The front door was shut, no lights inside, no vehicles parked nearby. I tried the handle. Locked. Lopez forced it with a Halligan. The door frame splintered inward. We masked up before entry. The interior was dark. No visible flame, no active fire in the main room. A stone fireplace sat against the far wall. No flames in it either. No visible embers. But the air inside was warmer than outside. Not structure fire warm, just noticeably warmer. Thermal, Reeves said. Carter stepped in and swept the TIC across the room. Walls cool, ceiling cool, floor cool. Fireplace reading slightly elevated, but not active. There were 3 wooden chairs positioned in a half circle facing the hearth, all evenly spaced, all pointed inward. No other furniture in the room, except a small table against the wall. No footprints in the dust near the doorway. I stepped toward the fireplace and crouched down. The inside of the hearth was clean. No ash, no charred woods, no coals. But the stone around it was blackened, like something had burned recently. "Anyone home?" Lopez called out. No response. We cleared the main room and moved to the back hallway. 2 small bedrooms, both empty, mattresses stripped, no bedding or signs of recent use. Then I noticed something on the floor near the wall opposite the fireplace. A square outline in the dust, about 3 feet by 3 feet. The wood planks there looked newer than the rest of the floor. "There's a hatch," I said. Reeve stepped over and brushed the dust aside with his boot. There was a metal ring flush with the floor. "Padlocked," Lopez said. He was right. A new silver padlock secured the hatch closed. The lock wasn't rusted, wasn't old, it'd been put there recently. We were dispatched for a basement search, but smoke from the chimney with no visible fire upstairs meant something had to be below. Reeves nodded once. Lopez cut the lock. The metal snapped clean under the bolt cutters. We lifted the hatch. A rush of colder air came up from below. Not stale, cold. I pointed my flashlight downward. Dirt floor, rough wooden steps leading down. No railing. We descended one at a time. The basement wasn't finished, just packed earth and exposed beams. The ceiling above us creaked faintly under our weight. In the center of the dirt floor was a circular burn mark, about 4 feet across. Black soil, darker than the surrounding ground. No visible ash, no wood, just a ring Against the far wall sat a single object, a firefighter helmet. Yellow, old style, no modern reflective striping. I walked toward it slowly. The shield on the front had no department name, no number, just a blank space where something had been removed. I picked it up. The inside leather liner was brittle. "Reeves," I said. "This is old." He stepped closer and looked. There was a faint impression where a nameplate used to be screwed into the front. Carter's radio crackled suddenly, then cut out. "Engine 3 to command," he said. No response. He tried again. Static. Lopez tapped his own radio. Dead. Mine too. All 3 units showed signal bars, but none transmitted. "Upstairs," Reeves said. "Now." We climbed back up the stairs. As soon as my boots hit the main floor, I heard something shift above us. A loud crack, then another. I looked toward the fireplace. Orange light flickered inside the hearth. Flame. Active flame. It hadn't been there 2 minutes ago. "Line in," Lopez shouted. He and I moved fast to pull hose through the front door. Before we could fully advance, the ceiling above the fireplace sagged inward. Fire rolled across the top of the room. The 3 chairs caught almost instantly. The walls ignited faster than a normal cabin fire should have. "Out!" Reeves yelled. We backed out the front door just as the interior flashed. And within seconds, the entire cabin was involved. Flames punched through the roof. The tin panels curled upward under heat. We set up defensively and protected the tree line, and the cabin burned to the foundation in less than 15 minutes. Nobody came out. No one ran. When the fire died down enough for overhaul, we checked the remains. There was no visible basement. The floor had collapsed inward, but beneath it was solid earth. No cavity, no stair opening, no burned circle in the dirt. Just compact soil. And the helmet was gone. We returned to the station near dawn. After I finally got some sleep, I looked through department records, and there was a missing firefighter from Athens County in 1998. Responded to a rural structure fire near Wayne National Forest. Disappeared during interior search. Body never recovered. I checked the archived photo, and he wore an older yellow helmet. No reflective striping. The nameplate on his helmet read M. Talbot. There was no helmet recovered in his file. I closed the archive window and I didn't mention it to Reeves. 2 weeks later, the county cleared the site where the cabin had stood and no investigation followed. Hope Moonville Road is still there. We still drive it sometimes for brush fires and rescues. And when we do, I look for that dirt track. I haven't found it again, but I remember exactly where we turned off. And I remember how the radio died before the fire started. Case 4. The River Warehouse. The call came in at 2:58 a.m. Smoke investigation. Abandoned warehouse along the Hocking River near the old rail spur off West Union Street. Multiple callers reported smoke coming from the roof. Possible homeless occupants inside. We knew the building. 3 stories, brick exterior, broken windows on the upper floors. The roof partially collapsed on the south side years ago. It'd been red tagged by the city, but never fully secured. People still got inside through a loading dock door that wouldn't latch. We pulled up to light gray smoke pushing from the upper windows on the river-facing side. No visible flame from the street. Reeves positioned the engine to block the access road. Police cruisers arrived seconds later and began clearing the perimeter. "Primary search first," Reeves said. "Possible occupants." Lopez and I messed up. The loading dock door hung crooked in its frame. We forced it wider and stepped inside. The air was thick, but not charged with heavy heat. This wasn't a fully involved fire yet. It smelled like old wood and something synthetic burning, plastic or insulation. Our lights cut through the dust. The main floor was open warehouse space. Broken shelving, stacked pallets, graffiti along the brick walls. We moved in pairs, staying within sight of each other. "Fire's in the rear," Lopez said, pointing toward a faint orange flicker near the back corner. We advanced the line slowly. A small fire was burning in what looked like a makeshift living area built from stacked pallets and sheet metal. A mattress on the floor had partially ignited. A shopping cart sat nearby filled with clothing. No one visible. We knocked the fire down quickly. It wasn't large, and once the immediate threat was controlled, Reeves ordered a full sweep of the structure. Police confirmed no one had exited while we were inside. That meant if anyone was living here, they were still somewhere in the building. We split into 2 teams. Lopez and I took the east side toward the interior loading docks. The floor was uneven. Sections of concrete had crumbled, leaving shallow pits. Water from previous leaks had pooled in spots and reflected our lights. As we moved deeper into the structure, I noticed something on the wall ahead. Handprints. Black soot handprints. At first I assumed they were left by squatters or firefighters from an earlier call. But as we moved closer, I saw that there were too many. Dozens. Then hundreds. Small prints, large prints. Some smeared, some clean and sharply defined. All pressed flat against the brick wall. They covered a stretch about 20 feet wide and 10 feet high. Every single one faced inward toward a single spot on the wall, like they'd all been reaching toward the same place. "Lopez," I said. He stepped beside me and scanned the wall with his light. "Oh, kid's messing around," he said at first. And then he stopped. The handprints were layered over each other. Some looked fresh, some older, but none had drip lines beneath them. No soot streaking downward. They were clean impressions. "Check the wall temp," he said. I placed my gloved hand against the brick, and it was just warm. There was no visible flame in that section. My radio crackled. "Engine 3 to interior east side, status," Reef said. "Fire knocked down," I replied. "Continuing search." And that's when Lopez's pass alarm activated. The loud, shrill beeping echoed off the brick. I spun toward him. He was standing 3 feet from the wall, completely still. Mask on, eyes open behind the face shield, arms hanging at his sides. "Lopez?" I said. No response. His pass alarm continued to sound because he hadn't moved. I grabbed his shoulder. "Lopez?" Nothing. His head was tilted slightly forward, facing the center of the handprints. I followed his line of sight. There was nothing visible in the brick, just soot. And then I noticed something else. The handprints in the center of the wall were darker than the others, and faint red lines were glowing beneath them. Not bright, just visible through the soot, as if heat were coming from inside the brick. "Reeves," I said into the radio. "We've got an unresponsive firefighter." "Location," Reeves said. "East wall near loading docks," I replied. I tried to pull Lopez backward. His boots didn't move at first. It felt like his weight had doubled. The pass alarm continued to scream. "Lopez!" I shouted. And finally his head turned slowly toward me. His eyes were open but unfocused. "They're inside," he said. "What?" "They're inside the wall." The red glow behind the handprints intensified. The brick surface began to crack. Thin lines spread outward from the center. The air temperature spiked instantly. "Get him out," Reeves said over the radio. I braced my boot against the wall and I pulled hard on Lopez's coat collar. And this time he moved. As soon as his back cleared the brick, the red glow vanished. The cracks in the wall stopped spreading. Lopez collapsed against me. I dragged him toward the exit while Carter and Reeves ran toward us. Behind us, the brick wall bulged outward slightly, and then a section near the ceiling collapsed inward. Fire erupted from behind it. Flames shot across the top of the warehouse ceiling and began to spread rapidly. "Defensive," Reeves ordered. We retreated out the loading dock just as the interior ignited fully. The fire moved faster than it should have for a structure that size. Within minutes, flames were pushing from every window on the riverside. We set up exterior lines and protected nearby buildings. The warehouse burned hard for nearly an hour before we gained control. Lopez was transported to the hospital for eval. Severe smoke inhalation, elevated heart rate, no burns. When he regained full consciousness later that morning, he remembered standing in front of the wall. He said he'd heard voices. Multiple voices. They were saying his name. He said he thought someone was trapped inside, in the wall. The building was demolished the following week due to structural instability, and I drove past it during teardown. The east wall, the one with the handprints, had already been removed. The bricks lay scattered in piles. I walked as close as the barricade would allow. None of the bricks showed soot patterns. None showed handprints. They were clean. Lopez transferred departments 3 months later. Said he wanted to be closer to family in Columbus. He doesn't talk about that call. We still run smoke investigations along the river. Every time we step into an abandoned structure now, I check the walls first. Not for fire, for handprints. Well, Ohio doesn't look dangerous from a distance. From the highway, it's fields and tree lines and small towns with water towers painted in school colors, brick storefronts, 2-lane roads, county fairs in the summer. In Athens County, the hills roll soft and green most of the year. In the fall, the trees turn red and gold, and the air smells like leaves and wood smoke. It doesn't look like a place where something waits. But I've been inside enough houses at 2 in the morning to know what the outside doesn't tell you. I have crawled down hallways in Nelsonville where the heat dropped suddenly in rooms that should have been fully involved. I have stood on Route 33 with traffic stopped in both directions and watched headlights reflect off an overpass when nobody was parked. I have forced entry into buildings along the Hocking River, and I have seen walls marked by hands that didn't belong to anyone we could find. Fire is predictable. It needs fuel, oxygen, needs heat. Take one of those away and it dies. Leave them in place and it grows, moves upward, spreads across ceilings. It eats through old wood faster than new. You can measure it. You can train for it. You can put it out. The other things don't follow that system. They don't show up on thermal cameras the way they should. They don't stay where you expect them to stay. They don't leave evidence that survives daylight. The closet in Nelsonville was measured after the fire. There was no space for it in the wall. The overpass camera file corrupted the same day it was requested. The cabin in Wayne National Forest had no basement when the site was cleared. The warehouse bricks along the river showed no marks once the building came down. I don't tell recruits these stories. When new firefighters come in, I teach them how to read smoke, how to sound a floor before committing weight, how to manage their air, how to keep track of their partner in zero visibility. I teach them if they feel lost, they follow the hose line out. If they feel heat spike, they cool the ceiling first. I don't tell them to check overpasses. I don't tell them to measure closets. I don't tell them to watch walls for warmth when there's no visible flame. That isn't part of the curriculum. But I do notice more now. When we respond to a house fire and clear a bedroom, I look at the door hinges to see if they match the frame. When we stage under a bridge at night, I scan the guardrail before I focus on the wreck. When we enter an abandoned structure, I let my light linger on the brick and concrete longer than I used to. Reeves doesn't ask why. He's seen enough in his own career not to question habits that keep people alert. Lopez calls sometimes from Columbus, and we talk about normal things. Shift rotations, overtime, equipment budgets. He doesn't mention the river warehouse, and I don't either. But there's a pause in his voice whenever the conversation gets too quiet. The hills in this part of Ohio are older than the roads that cut through them. Old mines run under some of the counties nearby. Abandoned shafts, collapsed tunnels. There are places in Wayne National Forest where the trees grow thin because the ground beneath them isn't solid rock anymore. You can stand on earth that looks steady and not know what's hollow underneath. I think about that sometimes when we respond to calls out in the rural areas. Not the geology. The idea that something can sit just below the surface and never be seen until the structure above it shifts. Most nights are ordinary. Most calls end the way they're supposed to. Fire knocked down, patient transported, scene cleared, gear cleaned, reports filed. But every so often, something in the state doesn't line up. A room that wasn't there. A figure that vanishes between frames. A basement that doesn't survive daylight. A wall that grows warm without flame. I still love the job, don't get me wrong. I still trust the behavior of fire. But I don't assume it's the only thing moving inside a structure anymore. Ohio looks quiet at night. Fields go dark, roads empty out. Houses settle into silence. But when we roll out past the edge of town, I don't just think about heat and smoke anymore. Because fire can kill you. But other things can too. My name is Jack, and I used to spend 14 hours a day on my phone. That is not an exaggeration. 14 hours. 7 of those were probably work, but the rest was me just scrolling. No aim, no plan, tapping through apps like muscle memory. Some mornings I'd check emails before I even got out of bed. Most nights I'd fall asleep holding the damn thing. I lived alone in a condo that I paid way too much for. I had blackout curtains, noise-canceling headphones, a fridge full of meal preps I never ate, and a standing desk that made my back worse. I bought things I didn't need. I ordered dinner in more times than I can count. There were weeks I didn't talk to another person unless I had to. And even then, it was usually through Slack or email or a headset. I worked for one of those tech companies that you read about in articles. The kind with beanbags in the lobby and cereal bars in the kitchen. My job had a title so vague you couldn't tell if it meant anything. Product Innovation Lead. I wore tailored suits. I went to meetings where we said words like synergy and vertical integration without laughing. I got promoted for answering emails fast. I was good at it. I was really good at it. And it made me feel like nothing. After a while, I stopped pretending it was fine. There wasn't a big breakdown or anything like that. No shouting match, no dramatic crash. Just a slow, heavy kind of knowing that this couldn't be it. One day I caught my reflection in the dark window of the office. I didn't look like someone. I looked like a ghost in a nice outfit. That night I checked my screen time. 14 hours. And the next morning I gave my notice. I sold the suits, the condo, the furniture, hell, even the desk. I cut the cord clean. My parents were confused. My coworkers said I was taking time to realign like it was a sabbatical. I didn't correct them. I just left. I didn't owe anyone a speech. I applied for fire lookout training through a national forestry program. They took me in, probably because I was one of the few people willing to go off-grid for long stretches without complaining. The first few weeks, they were rough. I had blisters from the boots. I had no clue how to read a topographic map. I was scared of wild animals, terrified of making the wrong call on smoke reports, and completely overwhelmed by the silence. But something about it felt honest. The job wasn't complicated. You watched for fire. You wrote what you saw. You logged everything, even if nothing happened. You hiked. You cleaned. You kept watch. You learned to live with solitude instead of just tolerating it. Over time, the noise inside me got quieter. I didn't miss the city. I didn't miss the glass offices or the glowing monitors. I didn't miss the bars, the people pretending to like each other, or the monthly goal trackers that reset every 30 days like a bad joke. After 2 years, I asked for the most remote outpost they had, one that nobody else wanted, one where I wouldn't see anyone for miles. A place so far off the map, they only checked it by radio. I wanted that. I wanted forgotten. I wanted stillness without a name. And they gave it to me. I packed a single duffel. No phone, no computer, just a weather radio, a map, a notebook, and some books with cracked spines. The ranger I spoke to over the phone said the tower hadn't been used regularly in years, that it sat on a ridge deep in the timberline, past even the service roads. I'd have to hike in. No electricity except for the panels. Water from the rain barrel. Supplies once a month if the trail was clear. And I said that was perfect. Most people don't really know what a fire lookout does. The job's simple. You live alone in a tower in the middle of a forest and watch for wildfires. You scan the horizon for smoke, log what you see, and report anything that looks off. That's it. No crowds, no traffic, just you, a map, a radio, and a lot of trees. The tower's got windows on every side. There's an old round device in the middle called an Osborne Fire Finder. It's like a table with a map on it, and you use a sighting tool to figure out where a column of smoke is coming from. Once you have the bearing, you radio it in. The ranger station compares it to readings from other towers, then sends out ground crews if it's real. You also check weather gear, track wind direction, and write everything down. Even when nothing's happening, you're logging it. If you hear thunder, you write the time. If it rains, you record the amount. You hike the trails nearby, you clear brush, you keep the place in shape. You make your own meals, you read or think or sit. Most towers are alone, but not this one. Not entirely. About 3 miles north is another tower, older, with a better view of the northern ridge. That's where Henry is. Henry trained me during my first season 2 years ago. Back then I was still learning how to lace my boots properly. He showed me how to tell the difference between controlled burns and trouble. He showed me how to fix a leaky rain barrel and how to hike without scaring every animal in a 5-mile radius. He's been doing this for decades. Grew up in Wyoming. His family were all park rangers, but he chose the lookout life instead. Says he likes being able to see things coming. Doesn't trust the ground crews to do it right. Henry's the kind of guy who knows when a storm's coming just by the way the birds act. He still wears the same patched-up jacket I remember from before. Still eats canned soup straight out of the can. Still has a cat named Lilac who vanishes for days, then reappears like she never left. We talk every morning on the radio, mostly about weather and trail updates, nothing fancy. Sometimes I hike over with extra supplies, or he comes down and meets me at the creek if the weather's decent. Last week, on my second full day in the tower, he came over much earlier than usual. His face was calm, but I could tell something was off. He asked if I'd noticed anything strange. I said no, just deer, birds, one coyote far off. Then he said, "Sit down for a minute." I sat on the stool by the logbook and waited. He didn't speak for a bit. I watched him eat that same Campbell's soup I'd seen him eat 1,000 times. Chicken noodle. Then he said, "I think there's a Wendigo nest nearby." I looked at him like he'd grown 2 heads, but he held up his hand to interrupt me. "I'm not sure yet, but I've been keeping track, and I think we need to go over some new rules," Henry said. I didn't know what to say. I'd heard the legend before, campfire stories mostly, nothing serious, but the look on my mentor's face made me pause. Since then, I've been watching the tree line more closely, listening harder at night, writing things down that wouldn't have bothered me before. Henry does not spook easily. If he says something's out there, I believe him. Maybe it's not what he thinks. Maybe it's just something weird but explainable. But I know him well enough to take it seriously. This place is different from my last tower. The forest is thicker. The trails are half overgrown. Some of the old signs have fallen down. Doesn't feel managed. It feels like no one's been watching it for years. It's not that far from town, if you go by map. But out here, with no roads and no signals, it might as well be a different world. And now Henry says there are rules I haven't been told yet. We didn't talk more that day. After Henry said what he said, he finished his soup, tossed the can in his pack, and said he'd radio me tomorrow. Then he started back toward the trail like it was nothing. I watched him disappear into the trees that night, my mind running with questions. The next morning, true to his word, Henry radioed at 7 a.m. sharp, standard check-in. Weather clear, wind light, no fires. He sounded normal, like yesterday's conversation hadn't even happened. I played along, but I kept waiting for him to bring it up again. He didn't. Not until I hiked over later that afternoon with a busted propane hose I wanted help patching. We sat on the deck of his tower. The sun was low behind the ridgeline. The forest below us looked like a green sea, rippling without wind. It was quiet except for a few birds and the distant creak of the trees settling. Henry held the hose in one hand and motioned for me to sit. I owe you the rest of that talk about the rules," he said, as I poured the both of us new cups of coffee. "That's 3. The first 2 you already know, but we're going over them anyway. Here, they matter more." He held up a finger. "Rule 1, lights out after 12. That one made sense. Most towers had some version of it. I already followed it out of habit. Lights attract wildlife. They also make it harder for us to do our jobs," he began. "Can't see fire if your eyes are blown out by lantern glow. This tower's not on the grid. You've got solar panels and a backup generator. Keep the battery for what matters." "Easy enough," I replied. He held up another finger. "Rule 2. Supply drops are every Sunday, usually morning. You'll hear the ranger playing around 9. Won't land. They'll do a low pass and drop a crate by the south trailhead. You hike down and pick it up. Takes about 30 minutes each way," Henry said. "Got it," I replied. "Well, you'll get new perishables, dry goods, water, sometimes extras.
They usually throw in a few luxuries if you're on good terms with the dispatch team. He continued.
Like bacon? I asked with a smile, knowing the old man was obsessed with the stuff.
Perks the job, right?
Henry cracked a small smile.
Yeah, bacon. Orange juice sometimes. More if you're lucky. I told them you were coming. You'll probably get a little better treatment than I do.
I appreciate that. And I'll share the bacon, I said.
You better.
He looked out over the railing for a long time. The trees stretched in every direction. The sun had dropped behind the ridge. The sky turned pale blue with streaks of orange. Then he held up a third finger.
Rule 3. Never wear red.
I blinked. What? He looked at me.
No red clothes. No red backpacks. No red hats. Nothing.
That's weird, I said.
It's a posted rule. It's on the signs near the trailheads. It's in the orientation materials, though they keep it vague. You're supposed to tell any hikers or campers to remove anything red. If they won't, well, you escort them back to the park boundary, he explained.
I waited for him to crack a smile. He didn't. You're serious? I asked.
Dead serious.
But why red? He looked back out at the trees before answering.
To prevent it from seeing them.
That sentence sat in the air for a while, even as it made no sense to me. I waited for more, but that was all he gave. So, what is it, exactly? I asked. He shook his head.
I don't know yet.
I leaned forward. You think it's the thing you mentioned? The Wendigo? He didn't answer right away.
I think it's something like that. Or something worse. Doesn't matter what I call it. Doesn't change what it does.
And what does it do? I asked.
If you see it, you're already too close, he said.
You've seen it? He looked at me. His face didn't change.
I have seen things that made me follow the rule. And that's all you need to know right now.
I didn't push back. Not yet. There'd be time for more questions later, once I got my thoughts together. He stood up and grabbed a sealed bag from inside his tower. It was filled with random clothes, mostly jackets and shirts, in dull greens, browns, and grays. If you brought anything red, put it in here. Keep it in the tower. Locked, he said. I took the bag from him. He sat back down, took a sip from his thermos, and looked at me again. You think it's excessive, don't you? A little, I began. But you don't seem like the kind of guy who invents rules for fun, I admitted. I'm not, he replied. We sat there for a while, not talking. The forest below us darkened slowly. No lights came on in his tower. He didn't even light a lantern. When I got back to mine, I dug through my pack. I didn't think I had anything red, but I checked anyway. One bandana, deep red. I tied it around my food crate the day I left, as a reminder to grab it first. I folded it up, put it in a sealed bag, and stuffed it under my bunk. And then I turned off the lights. After that talk about the rules, I started seeing red everywhere. Not a lot of it, just in memory. Hiking gear catalogs, campground photos, that old bandana I'd kept without thinking. I remembered people wearing red vests or windbreakers or baseball caps in the city. Bright, flashy stuff, hard to miss. That was the whole point. Hunters needed to tell people from animals. Hikers needed to be found if they got lost. The next time I hiked over to Henry's, I brought the patched propane hose back, fixed thanks to him, and a bag of jerky and dried fruit the supply drop had included that morning. He let me up the ladder without a word and motioned for me to follow him inside. He didn't sit. He went straight to the far wall of his cabin and flipped around the small blackboard mounted there. I'd seen him use it before to track wind shifts and precipitation. On the back side was a cork board I hadn't noticed before. It was covered with missing persons flyers, printed papers, handwritten notes, ranger field reports, newspaper clippings. At least 20, maybe more. They were all different ages. Men, women, even a few kids. Some were local, some out of state. A few were hikers, a couple were campers. One had been part of a hunting trip. The photos were faded, but one detail was consistent in almost every case. They were all wearing red. Red hats, red coats, red gloves. One boy had on a red backpack shaped like a cartoon character. Another flyer mentioned a woman last seen in a bright red rain shell. Even in the black and white ones, Henry had circled the word red in pen. "These go back about 5 years," he said. I took a step closer, reading the names and dates. Why haven't I heard about this? "Well, you wouldn't," he began. "It's not in the big papers. County keeps it quiet. No panic. No tourist scared off. No questions from people higher up the food chain." I turned toward him. "But they know? The other rangers?" "They know enough," he began. "Every ranger station out here has been told to enforce the color rule. Quietly. Not as law. More like strong advice." "And what about us?" I asked. "We're on our own. They don't check the towers. They don't come out this far. We do what we think is right," he said. I stared at the corkboard a little longer. I didn't know what to say. Henry walked to the supply shelf, reached under it, and pulled out a leather-bound notebook. It was thick and worn. He opened it on the small dining table between us and started flipping through the pages. Each one was filled with sketches, notes, and taped-in photographs. He turned the book toward me. "This is what I've been working on." I looked at the open page. There was a hand-drawn sketch of something tall, taller than a man, but thin. Its arms hung low, almost down to its knees. The legs were long and straight, but uneven, like one hip was higher than the other. It had no ears, just big round eyes and a wide mouth that curved slightly at the corners. The sketch had no color, just pencil lines. "What is it?" I asked. "I don't know. Saw it 4 months ago. About a mile past the Quarry Trail," he said. "You saw it?" He nodded. "Didn't get close. I was hiking the East Ridge Trail, checking the wind damage after that storm in June. I got this feeling, like the woods had gone still. I looked down toward the quarry from the ridge, and that's when I saw it.
It was walking through the open clearing near the old stone piles. Long strides, arms swinging but slow, like it didn't care who saw it.
And you're sure it wasn't a person? I interrupted.
I know people, kid. This was not a person.
He flipped a few more pages. Tracks. Photos of broken tree limbs. A flattened patch of grass. More sketches.
I went back 2 days later. Found these near the path.
He pointed to a photo. It showed something like a footprint, but not a normal one. The toes were longer. There were 6 of them, spread out wide like they gripped the ground instead of stepping on it.
I've seen the prints 3 times since, always in the same general area. No signs of tents, no trash, no boot prints nearby. No animals walk like this, he said.
He sat back in the chair and let out a long breath.
I don't know what it is, but I know what it follows.
Red, I said quietly.
He nodded. Every time someone goes missing, always red, always in this region. Sometimes hikers, sometimes campers, sometimes even rangers.
I looked at the corkboard again. It was a mess of stories, but they all ended the same way. Why red, though? What does it mean? I asked. Henry shook his head.
Oh, I've got guesses. Maybe it sees the color better. Maybe it's drawn to it. Maybe it remembers something about it. I don't know. But I know the rule matters.
I didn't argue. Why not warn people? I asked.
We do. Signs are everywhere. Not everyone listens, kid. Some think it's a myth. Some just forget. Some want to test it. And then that happens,
Henry explained as he gestured to the corkboard. I sat down on the bench and looked out through the tower windows. The sun was starting to drop behind the hills. The green forest was turning gold at the edges. So what do we do? I asked.
We do our jobs. We watch, we report, and we follow the rules, he said.
He closed the field notebook and slid it back under the shelf.
I can't tell you what to believe, but I can tell you this. The forest out here isn't like the other places. It's older, wilder. This is something we have not dealt with before, Jack. Be on your toes.
I nodded.
And Jack, if you see anything strange out there, anything at all, write it down, he added.
I promised I would. A few weeks passed without incident. I got into the rhythm of the tower, logging cloud cover, checking the wind direction, listening to bird calls, tracking any shifts in the tree line. I hiked out every few days just to stretch my legs and check the southern trails. My boots were finally broken in. The silence was starting to feel less sharp. I stopped thinking about the corkboard. I stopped thinking about the field notebook. Most days, I almost believed I'd imagined it. And then came the morning I saw red through the scope. It was just after 9. The sun was high enough to make the treetops glow gold, and I was doing my routine scan of the North Trail. It was the clearest stretch of visibility I had. Rough terrain, but not blocked out by heavy brush. I liked to check it twice. And that's when I saw movement.
A flash of color near a bend in the trail where the trees pulled back just a little. I adjusted the scope. The figure came into view. A man, backpack, hiking boots, moving in a steady pace, heading north, straight toward the quarry. He was wearing a red windbreaker. At first, I just thought he was lost. Nobody ever came this far out without a reason. This wasn't a casual hike. There were no marked campsites out here, no lodges, no water stations. Only people who wanted to disappear made it this far. I hit the tower's loudspeaker switch and pressed the mic.
Hey, you on the North Trail. Red jacket, hold up. You're off route.
I called out. No reaction. I tried again.
Red jacket, stop where you are. This is a restricted area. Please respond.
Still nothing. The guy didn't even turn around. He just kept walking, eyes forward, like he didn't hear me at all. I reached for the radio. Henry, you reading this? You got eyes on the North Trail? I asked. The reply came quick.
I see him,
he said. I paused. He's not responding. There was a silence on the line. Then Henry said quietly,
We're going now.
5 minutes later, we met at the bottom of the hill, packed light. Henry brought his field notebook and a first aid kit. I brought the emergency whistle and an extra flashlight. We didn't talk on the way down. We took one of the maintenance paths, not wide, but clear enough. The trail wound through a dense stretch of pine and dipped into a small ravine before curving back up toward the north fence line. I noticed it about halfway there. No birds, no bugs, not even the soft sound of wind in the branches. Just silence. I didn't like it. Henry noticed it too. I could tell from the way his steps got slower, more deliberate. He didn't say anything. We followed the crunch of boots ahead of us. Steady, slow, moving just out of view. Eventually the trees thinned, and we spotted him, right at the edge of the clearing that led to the quarry fence. The man was standing still, just staring forward, not at the trail, not at anything we could see. Henry raised a hand and called out, "Sir, you need to stop." No response. He tried again. "Sir, you're heading in a restricted zone. Turn around." Still nothing. The guy didn't even flinch. His hands hung at his sides. His backpack straps looked loose, like they hadn't been tightened. He wasn't even sweating. Henry walked up and reached for his shoulder. He grabbed it and turned the man around firmly, like waking someone from a deep sleep. The hiker blinked. His mouth opened slightly. He looked around like he didn't know where he was. "You okay?" Henry asked. The man nodded slowly. I thought I was heading back." "You were going the wrong way," I said. The hiker's eyes were glassy. "I don't remember turning off." "What's your name?" I asked. He said his name was Derek, and then I asked him if he was out here alone. Derek nodded again. He explained that he was on a 3-day hike, and that he came in from the South Trail. From what he could remember, the GPS had been pointing him in the right way. Henry glanced at me. We both knew there was no marked loop here. The quarry trail wasn't on any public map. While Henry talked him down, I stepped to the side, and something caught my eye near the edge of the clearing. Tracks. Big tracks. Not boot prints, not elk, not deer. They were wide, spaced far apart, each one sunk deep into the soil. The dirt was packed hard here, thick with rock underneath. Nothing should have left an imprint that clean. Nothing normal. I crouched, touched one with my hand. The ground felt damp, cold. I didn't know how that was possible, but it was. The temperature dropped around those prints. Henry got Derek turned around and walking with us. I stayed behind them, keeping an eye on the woods. We didn't hear anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. By the time we got back to the main trail, Derek looked better. He drank some water. His face got some color back. Henry gave him a marker and pointed him toward the boundary gate 3 miles down. "If you see a ranger station, check in and throw that jacket out," Henry said. Derek looked at his windbreaker and nodded, still confused, but smart enough to agree. We watched him until he was out of sight. Then we turned back. I didn't talk the whole hike back. I kept thinking about those prints, the cold and the dirt, the way the forest had gone silent. The look on Derek's face when Henry turned him around, like he was waking up from something. When we got back to Henry's tower, he didn't say a word. He went inside, pulled out the field notebook, and flipped it open to a page labeled Observations. He picked up a red pen and marked the date. We didn't see any more hikers in red after that, at least not for a while. But I couldn't stop thinking about the quarry. Even when the tower was quiet and the weather was calm, I'd find my eyes drifting toward the northern ridge. I kept seeing that hiker's blank face, the prints in the dirt, the way the ground had felt cold under my hand. I didn't know what the creature was, but I knew where it was coming from. The quarry. Henry didn't argue with me when I brought it up again. He didn't agree either, but he didn't say I was wrong. He did tell me not to go near it, and I agreed. Over the next 2 days, I pored over his field guide. I went through every note, every sketch, every photo he'd taped in. I kept track of the sightings, where they happened, which directions the prints were headed, how recent the reports were. They all circled the same area. The quarry wasn't just a landmark, it was the heart of it. I couldn't keep sitting in the tower pretending this was someone else's problem. We'd already saved one man, but how many others had we missed? How many more would wander too close? We weren't hunters, we weren't trained for this, but nobody else was coming. Henry tried to talk me down, said it wasn't our job, that we didn't know enough, that setting explosives was a good way to kill yourself if you didn't know what the hell you were doing. He wasn't wrong, but I was a bad listener. There was a supply shed behind the main cabin, about 50 yards from my tower. Hadn't been used much, but it still had a climate-controlled lockbox for storing volatile materials. I remember seeing it mentioned in an old inspection report. When I finally got the door open, the charges were still there, wrapped, labeled, and covered in dust. They were old, older than me, but Henry said they probably still work, and that was good enough. I set out before dawn. The air was cold, the trees were still. I took a pack with the charges, wire, and a manual detonator. No radios, no flare gun. I didn't want to risk warning whatever might be inside. The quarry path felt longer than usual. Every noise made me stop and listen. The silence didn't help. Seemed like the wind hadn't even started up. I reached the entrance just as the sun was brushing the treetops. I didn't go straight for the blast points. I needed to be sure. I stepped inside the cave. The light dropped almost immediately. I used a headlamp, keeping it low. The tunnel sloped downward just slightly, and the deeper I went, the more I noticed the smell. Old rot, earth, wet stone. And then the path opened into a larger cavern, and that's when I saw them. Bodies, dozens, strewn across the floor, limbs twisted, clothes torn. Some were bones, others were newer. Faces I recognized from the corkboard in Henry's tower. The boy with the cartoon backpack. The woman in the red rain shell. The hunter with the bright vest. All of them. And behind them, in the back of the cavern, something moved. It was hunched over, feeding. I saw the long arms, the big eyes, the way its mouth worked in slow, patient motions. It didn't make a sound. It didn't look up. It just kept eating. After a moment, I backed out, very slowly, step by step, until I reached the tunnel again. Once I was outside, I took a long breath and got to work. The charges were heavy but manageable. I found a section of the rock face above the tunnel entrance where there were deep cracks. That'd be the weak point. If I did it right, the blast would send the top layer collapsing down, sealing the mouth completely. It took a whole hour to place the charges and run the wire, and I didn't go back in. When it was done, I walked a good way up the trail and set the detonator on the ground. I double-checked the connection. My hands were shaking, but I kept moving. And then I pressed the trigger. The explosion echoed through the whole valley. The ground shook under my boots. A thick cloud of dust shot up into the trees. Birds scattered from the ridgeline. A few seconds later, I heard rock collapsing in on itself. When the dust cleared, the quarry entrance was gone. Just a wall of stone and loose earth. And that's my story. As for Henry and I, we're still on the lookout. We don't have a big answer or a clean resolution, just a blown up quarry, a sealed off cave. We went back to work. That's how it is up here. You keep watching, you keep logging, you keep doing the job until someone tells you to stop. The radio crackles every morning. The birds come back. The bacon still shows up on Sundays. So far, nobody else has disappeared, and I pray it stays that way. Then again, out here, nothing usually means something. But that's all I've got to share for now. Maybe later I'll have more. This forest is old, too old, and I've got a feeling the quarry wasn't the only place things were hiding. If you're listening to this, maybe you're curious. Maybe you're planning a camping trip or thinking about applying for a job just like this. Maybe you're just the kind of person who likes stories about strange things in strange woods. That's fine. Just be careful out there. And whatever you do, don't wear red. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching.
My name is George Calder, and I've spent most of my life on the water. I wasn't born in anything special. My old man fished because his old man fished, and I followed them both because there wasn't much else to do in a town where the sea touched everything. I learned early how to mend a net, how to keep a hook sharp, and how to tell when the clouds meant trouble. Most people learn their letters in school. I learned the way weather changes its mind. I worked the boats from the time I was big enough to coil a rope without tripping over it. It wasn't a romantic life. Anyone who tells you otherwise hasn't spent a dawn with cold spray hitting the cuts on their hands. But it was a life that made sense. You work, you sweat, you eat, you sleep. You pull something from the sea, and the sea lets you keep it. I never stayed in one place for too long. Some ports were friendly, some weren't. Some crews talked too much, some barely at all. I kept mostly to myself. For a while, I worked the long line boats out on the cold, open routes. Hard men, longer days. The kind of work that shakes the bones loose in your back if you stand wrong. After that, I tried the smaller charters, the kind where tourists want pictures of the fish more than the fish themselves. They paid well enough, but that life made me feel, like a prop. I wanted real work, not to smile for a bunch of strangers. So when I saw an angling job posted in a regional paper, I didn't think twice. It was straightforward. A small fishing community off the coast, steady pay, a need for experienced hands. I figured I'd take it for a year, maybe two, build some savings, and see what came next. I pack light. Few shirts, one jacket, my knife. The habits of a man who expects to keep moving. The trip out wasn't supposed to be complicated. The weather that week looked clean on the charts. I left the mainland with supplies, a patched up boat of my own, and enough fuel to reach the island with time to spare. For most of the day, the weather was calm. Few seabirds overhead, normal winds. Nothing strange at all. The storm rolled in faster than anything I'd seen. One moment the horizon was clear, the next it was gone behind a curtain of rain. In my line of work, you get used to sudden turns in the weather, but this one hit like it'd been waiting for me. The waves lifted my boat higher than felt reasonable. Each impact rattled the boards under my boots. I kept the wheel steady and tried to ride it out, but the light was failing and the rocks around the coast weren't marked on any chart I carried. When the hull struck something solid, the sound went straight through the boat. It wasn't a scrape or even a split. It was a single violent impact that knocked me off balance. Cold water surged in before I had time to brace myself. I tried to check the damage, but another wave came down hard and the world tipped sideways. I remember the taste of salt, the weight of wet clothes, my hands reaching for anything that would float, and then nothing for a long while. Waking up later in a place I didn't recognize wasn't part of the plan. Neither was losing my boat or finding out something had taken a chunk clean out of it. But life rarely asks what you're prepared for. It just hands you the next situation and waits to see what you'll do with it. That's how I ended up here, on Redstone Isle, with only my name, my skills, and the hope that steady work might still be waiting somewhere on the docks. I didn't arrive clean or proud or ready. I arrived because the sea decided to spit me out instead of swallowing me whole. And that's where everything truly began. My first days on Redstone Isle were slow, mostly because no one explained anything outright. People here speak in pieces, like they expect you to already know how things work. I learned most of it by listening and asking the same question twice until somebody finally gave me a full answer. The island, it's got two towns, Big Red and Little Red. They sit close to each other, separated by a short stretch of water that looks harmless until the weather changes. Big Red is where I ended up. It feels like time stopped moving somewhere around the early 1900s. The buildings are old wood. The roads are dirt and gravel. Horses pull supply carts. Generators run on coal. There's radios, but they only pick up a few stations. Cell phones don't work here at all. You can bring one, but it'll stay in your pocket the entire time as dead weight. Big Red sits on the docks, and most people here work with boats in one way or another. Some fish, some repair engines, some haul crates. Everything depends on the sea. Little Red is quieter, mostly homes and a few storage yards, along with a small fish processing station. It takes an hour to get there by ferry, or about half that if your boat has a good engine. The mayor of Big Red is Charles Rupert. He looks like a man who keeps polite habits. Clean clothes, a steady voice, always watching the person he's speaking to, making sure to look you in the eye. He stepped into power after the former mayor mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, people still talk about that. They say the old mayor was, for lack of a better word, a nut job. No one's told me the full story yet, and Charles doesn't bring it up. People here seem all too willing to let the past sit at the bottom of the water. Charles is the one who gave me my current boat. Used to belong to the town fishermen, who also disappeared. No one wanted to claim it, so he passed it to me with a condition that I would pay off the cost through fishing work. Let's just say it's not a small debt, and it forced me to stay put. Couldn't exactly argue with him, considering the fact that him and his men had to literally fish me out of the water. I was lucky he wasn't charging me for my medical bills. Then there's Julian. He runs the bar near the docks. He's small, keeps mostly to himself, and speaks in short sentences. But he's good friends with the dockmaster, which means he hears things before most people do. When my boat gets tugged in after a long day, or after some part gives out, Julian always has a cold beer waiting. Never asks me a lot of questions, which is exactly why I get along with him. My work here is nothing complicated. I fish, bring whatever I catch back into Big Red, and take the odd delivery over to Little Red when someone needs a box or a crate moved. I sleep in my boat because there's not much housing to go around, and I've learned to make do. Mornings on the dock are noisy, nights are quiet, and most of my time is spent fixing whatever decides to stop working that week. I pay my debt little by little, and I try to keep some kind of routine going. Most days pass without trouble. Some don't. Folks on this island have been dealing with strange things long before I ever showed up. And after a year here, I have seen enough to understand why everyone keeps an eye on the water. The stories I've got now aren't rumors or old sailor talk. They happened to me. And since I've been here over a year, I've collected more than a few stories. There are strange things in this town, and stranger mysteries waiting under the surface. If you're willing to listen, oh, I can tell you about them. Besides, the fog just rolled in. You're not going anywhere for a while. Pull up a seat. Julian will serve you in a bit. So where should I start? I guess I ought to begin with that first week. That's really where everything started, even if I didn't know it back then. Now, when I first came to, they kept me in a small clinic in Big Red, just long enough to make sure I wasn't about to keel over. After that, they sent me to the docks to meet the dockmaster and get settled into whatever job the mayor had lined up for me. I didn't own much anymore, not after the sea tore my old boat apart, so stepping onto a new deck felt strange, like walking into someone else's life. The boat they assigned me was old, but it wasn't falling apart. Apparently, it had belonged to the fishermen before me, the ones that had gone missing years before. The boards were worn smooth from years of work, and the hull had patches where the paint had peeled away. Still, when I knocked on the wood with my knuckles, it sounded solid, sturdy in its own way. The motor coughed when I tested it, like it was trying to clear its throat after a long sleep. I remember thinking it was going to give up on me before I made one trip, but the dockmaster just waved a hand and said it needed to warm up. I wasn't sure if that was true, or if he just wanted the problem out of his sight. Anyway, he handed me a folded map right away. Said it would help me learn the routes. The thing looked like it'd been scribbled on by 3 different people over 3 different years. Some areas were circled, some crossed out, some marked with thick letters that read, "No Fish Zone." I asked what that meant, and he said it was for my own safety. Nothing more. He didn't explain why certain coves were blocked out, or why big red X's ran across places that looked like normal stretches of water. I didn't push him. At that point, I figured every fishing town had its own strange rules. When I moved into the boat that night, I tried to make it feel like mine. I hung my jacket on a hook, set my old mug near the tiny stove. I've always had a habit of brewing a cup of coffee at midnight, no matter where I am. Started years ago, mostly out of stubbornness. So I found the kettle, filled it up with water, and set it to heat. While I waited, I noticed one of the floorboards near the bunk sitting a little crooked. Not enough to trip on, just enough to be noticeable. I'm the type who fixes things as soon as I see them, so I crouched down and pressed on it. It gave way under my hand, loose at one corner. I grabbed a rusted flat tool from a drawer and pried it up. Underneath the board was a folded piece of paper, stiff at the edges from age. When I opened it, my eyebrows went up. It was the missing part of the map the dockmaster gave me earlier that morning. The torn edges matched perfectly, like they were two halves of one thing. Only this piece showed something new. There was a small island drawn about an hour east of Redstone, a narrow shape labeled Candle Cove. I'd never heard of Candle Cove, and no one had mentioned it to me. I held the two map pieces together, trying to picture why someone went through the trouble of ripping this section off, and why hide it under a floorboard. I didn't have answers, so I taped them together the best I could and set the full map aside. I figured I'd take a look at Candle Cove once I had a free hour or two. Didn't seem dangerous, at least not on paper. Just another little island sitting off the main route. That first week went by smoother than I expected. I took the boat out early each morning, and thankfully the motor worked well enough once it warmed. The lines held, the nets behaved, and the sea felt calm. I caught plenty of cod and blue mackerel, which were the usual catches around here. Enough to start paying off the debt the mayor talked about. The town fishmonger looked pleased every time I walked in with a crate over my shoulder. He introduced himself as Simon, someone who, like myself, had taken on the family business. On one of those days, the sun was just setting when I went back to the fishmonger. The place smelled like salt and cold metal, the way every fish shop does. The old man was sorting through a stack of orders when he looked up at me. "You, George?" he asked, wiping his hands on a rag. "Yeah, that's me," I said. "Oh, good. Someone left a request for you. They're paying extra for squid delivered fresh by morning." He reached under the counter and pulled out a slip of paper. I raised an eyebrow at that. Squid wasn't part of my usual catch, and I didn't know the habits of the waters here yet. "Squid, huh? They run this close to the docks?" I asked. He shook his head. "Not during the day. They hide in the caves and the rocks when the sun's up. But they come out at night. You'll need to go out after dark if you want 'em." I should have thought longer before answering. A smarter man might have asked a few more questions. But I needed the money, and the job sounded simple, so I nodded. "Yeah, sure, I'll take it," I said. He slipped me the paper. "Good. Just bring in whatever you catch. Doesn't have to be much. They just want squid, and they want it by morning." I still remember walking out of that shop, thinking it would be an easy job. Maybe even an interesting one. I didn't know it yet, but that small decision changed the shape of my life on Redstone Isle. If I'd said no, maybe things would have gone differently. Maybe not. Either way, that night run for squid was the first step into everything that came after. When I headed out that night for squid, the water was calm enough. The moon gave off a soft light, just enough to see the rocks and darker stretches where the squid usually hid. I didn't know the good spots yet, so I drifted along the outer edges of Big Red, letting the boat move at a slow pace while I worked the lines. Night fishing feels different from day fishing. During the day, you can see the way the sea changes. At night, you depend on sound and the way the boat moves under your feet. The squid came quick, more than I expected. I pulled them in one after another, neat little arrow squid with long tapered bodies. They were lively. Along with them, I snagged a couple of cod that must have wandered close to where the squid were hiding. It was good money for one night. I remember thinking the fishmonger would be pleased, and that maybe this extra job was going to be easier than I thought. For a long while, everything went smooth. I kept the lantern low and the bucket open. I settled into the rhythm of casting, pulling, sorting, and moving along the rocks. It must have been past 2 a.m. when something hit the line harder than anything else that night. The boat jerked just a little, enough to let me know it wasn't a small catch. I braced myself and pulled. Whatever was on the other end didn't fight like a cod or a regular squid. It felt uneven, as if it didn't know whether to resist or let itself be dragged in. When it finally broke the surface and flopped onto the deck, I took a step back. It looked like an arrow squid, but only in the roughest sense. Its body was wider, shaped around a gelatin-like sack that shimmered in the lantern light. Inside the sack, a bright green core glowed in a steady pulse. Around it were smaller cores that didn't move, almost like seeds waiting for something. Long tentacles sprouted from the main body, twitching in short bursts, like they were trying to figure out what they were. It was glowing green, and I had never seen anything like it. The green light kept pulsing, slow but steady. I didn't want it crawling around my boat, and I didn't know if it was dangerous, so I grabbed the nearest thing I could use, my knife, and I stabbed the center of its body. The blade went in clean, and the creature let out a wet, heavy sound as a thick black ooze poured out. The green glow dimmed, then faded until the whole thing lay still. The tentacle stopped moving, and whatever life it had was gone. After a moment of quiet, I nudged it with my boot to be sure. When it didn't react, I lifted it with both hands and dropped it into the bucket with the rest of the catch. I told myself it was still a squid, just a different kind, and if it wasn't dangerous now, maybe it wouldn't matter later. But I couldn't forget about how weird it looked, and I thought about it the entire way back. By the time I got back to Big Red, the sun hadn't come up yet. I hauled the catch into the fishmonger's shop. He was already awake, sorting trays. When he saw the bucket, he gave a short nod, but that changed when he reached in and pulled out the mutated squid. His eyebrows rose. "Well now, don't see those often." "You know what that is?" I asked. He sliced the body open with a sharp knife, letting the last of the black ooze spill onto the table. "The town calls these aberrations. They're just fish, or at least they used to be. Something out there in the dark changes them. We don't know how. We just know they fetch a higher price," he said. And he wasn't joking. He offered me more for that squid than the entire bucket of regular catches combined. "If you find more like this, your debt will shrink real fast. Folks in Little Red pay good money for 'em. They claim the meat has something special to it. I don't ask questions," he said. I looked at the cut-open creature. It still looked like something out of place, like a mistake the sea didn't bother to hide. The fishmonger kept talking. "Be careful, though. Most of these turn up at night, and once the fog rolls in, hard to keep your wits about you. More than a few boats have gone missing because of it. Some people think the fog brings them in closer. Others think it hides something." He shrugged, as if losing boats was just something that happened. I carried my pay out of the shop, not knowing how to feel.
On one hand, I needed the money. I needed to pay off that boat so I could choose my own life again. On the other hand, catching things that glowed from the inside wasn't exactly part of my job description. But I told myself I'd take what came. If mutated fish were going to pay down my debt faster, then that is the work I would do. I didn't have many choices at the time. When I got back to my boat that morning, the sun was just starting to color the town. The docks were empty. Everyone else was asleep or getting ready for the day. As I stepped onto my boat, something caught my eye. A small scrap of parchment was taped to the side of the hull. The edges were rough, torn from something older. In the middle was a circle drawn around Candle Cove, the little island I'd seen on the hidden map piece. Under the circle, someone had written, "Don't fish here after dark." It was signed with just one letter, M. I didn't know anyone named M. I didn't know why they left a note, or how they knew I had a reason to look toward Candle Cove. But I stood there for a long minute, holding that note, wondering who was watching me. Everything that happened stayed in my mind for days, even when I tried not to think about it. But work doesn't stop because something feels strange, and I had a debt to pay. The next few days turned into long nights on the water. The squid job had brought in good money, so I figured I'd keep going out after dark. I wasn't sure if it was wise, but the fishmonger made it clear that these things they called aberrations would pay off my boat faster than anything else. And once you get a taste of progress, it's hard to let it go. So I kept fishing. Some nights were quiet, others were not. I started catching more mutated fish without even trying. At first, it was just one or two mixed in with normal fish. Then the numbers went up, little by little, until pulling up something strange didn't shock me as much as it should have. That bothered me, but I shrugged it off. Since no one in town kept detailed records, I decided to do it myself. I bought a small notebook from the general store and turned it into my own fishing journal. I wrote down dates, weather conditions, and what route I took. I made notes about each strange fish I caught, and I sketched them the best I could. I'm not an artist, but I can draw shapes well enough to recognize them later. One night, I hauled in a cod that didn't look like any cod I'd ever seen. It had one large eye sitting dead in the center of its forehead, and the eye had grown so big that it pushed down on the mouth and stretched the head into a warped shape. I wrote it in my journal. All-seeing cod has one cyclops-like eye, but not the mind to process what it sees. The next night, I caught another strange thing, this time a mackerel with 3 heads. All 3 moved at once, but never in harmony. When one tried to twist, the other 2 seemed to fight against it. I wrote, 3-headed mackerel. 3 heads struggle in unison. Looking back, I probably should have been more worried. It isn't normal for fish to grow extra heads or giant eyes or glowing cores. But here on Redstone Isle, normal didn't seem to matter much. The people acted like this was just something the sea did from time to time. Most nights I fished from dusk until dawn. By the time I got back to the docks, the sky would be lightening and the town would start waking up. I'd drop off my catch, clean myself up a little, and then wander into Julian's bar while everyone else was getting ready for their day. I'd sit on the same stool, half asleep, while he poured me a cold drink. "You look worse every morning," he told me once. "That's how you know I'm working," I said. He cracked a small smile. That was a big reaction for Julian. Over the next few days, I kept hearing bits and pieces about the disappearances around this island. People didn't like talking about it, but every now and then I'd catch a word or two. Someone's cousin never came back from a night run. A fisherman vanished outside Little Red. A crew went out, but only one man returned, and he refused to speak for a week. Finally, after hearing enough fragments, I decided to ask Julian directly. "Why have people been going missing here? I've heard enough rumors to know something's wrong." I asked one early morning while he wiped down the counter. He froze for a second, cloth in hand. Yeah, it's old business. Most people don't like bringing it up. I'm not most people, I said. He sighed and leaned on the bar. All right, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. He told me about the former mayor, the one who came before Charles, a man named Rowan. I never heard the name until that moment. According to Julian, Rowan wasn't a bad man, but he was curious. Too curious, some would say. One year, after a storm dragged several boats toward the rocks near Candle Cove, a salvage crew went out to see what they could recover. Most of the wreckage was ruined, but something survived. A book. That thing shouldn't have lasted a night in the sea. But there it was, red and silver, not a tear on it, Julian said. He said the book bore the crest of the first settlers who lived on Redstone Isle, long before the town split into Big Red and Little Red. The symbol was old, older than anything still standing on the island, and that alone made people wary. Some of the fishermen begged Rowan to throw it back, said it felt wrong, said nothing good comes from pulling something like that out of a wreck, Julian said. He said that after Rowan brought the book home, the disappearances began almost immediately. It started with the fog. Not the usual kind that drifts in from the sea and clears when the sun rises. This one was different. Thick enough that you couldn't see past your own hand if you stretched it out in front of you. People said it settled over Redstone Isle like a blanket. Slow at first, then all at once. Boats stopped venturing far because no one could trust their sense of direction. Even the lamps on the docks barely cut through it. And the worst part was that it didn't clear. Not the next day, not the day after. It stayed. Folks waited for a shift in the weather, but it never came. Days passed, and the fog became part of life, something you lived with, even when you didn't want to. A few weeks later came the commotion at the old mayor's house. Julian said he remembered the shouting first. People ran out of their houses thinking someone was hurt, only to see Rowan standing on the balcony, the one that faced the ocean. He was throwing things over the railing. Not small items either. He tossed out a chair first, then a framed painting, then boxes, then jewelry, anything he could drag outside. Some of the townsfolk tried to stop him, but he kept going, yelling the same thing over and over. Give it back! Give it back! His voice carried all the way down the street. Even people near the docks said they heard him. No one knew who he was talking to or what he thought he'd lost, but no one forgot how he looked that day. Strained and wild-eyed, like a man who'd seen something he couldn't put into words. And a few days after that, Rowan disappeared. Nobody saw him pack or leave. He was just gone. His family, a wife and a young son, left town the next morning. Some say they were frightened. Others say they knew more than they let on. Whatever the truth was, they never came back. Their house stayed empty for months until Charles eventually took over the mayor's duties. Julian leaned in when he told me the next part, even though the bar was empty that early in the morning. He said the disappearances didn't stop with Rowan. They grew worse. People vanished after dark. Children, especially, which was why every door in Big Red and Little Red had heavy locks now. Along with the missing people came the first sightings of aberrations, strange fish washing up on the shore or caught in nets. Mutations no one could explain. Fish with too many eyes, fish with none at all. Fish with twisted bones or bodies made of clear jelly. People became suspicious of the ocean, then of each other. No one said it aloud, but everyone acted differently once the fog settled in. They watched the water like it could reach up and take something from them. They whispered about tides that didn't behave the way tides normally do. They didn't trust strangers. They didn't trust their neighbors. and yet everyone still depended on fishing to survive. And ever so slowly, the mutations got their own name, aberration, and started fetching a much higher price than the regular fish. That was the part that stuck with me. You'd think people would flee from a place where things kept going wrong. Instead, they adapted. They built routines. They followed unwritten rules. They looked for ways to keep themselves safe without leaving the island. Life didn't stop. It just changed. When Julian finished talking, he was shining a cloudy glass with the eyes of a man who got too little sleep and had too many thoughts. "And that's how it's been for years now," he said. I sat there at the bar for a long moment, letting it settle. The fog, the missing children, the mutated fish, Rowan's breakdown, the abandoned house, Candle Cove. Every part of the story pointed in the same direction. Every thread led back to the same place. And I kept thinking about that torn map under my floorboard, and the note someone taped to my hall, and the letter M. By the time Julian stepped away to clean glasses, I'd already made up my mind. I'd been hearing the name Candle Cove ever since the day I arrived, in warnings and rumors, and half-finished sentences people didn't want to complete. If something had started there, then maybe it was time to see it for myself. I leaned back on the bar stool, finished the last sip in my glass, and told myself the decision was final. The next morning, I was heading to Candle Cove. Over the next day, I asked around as casually as I could. People didn't like talking about the cove, but if you approach a topic from enough angles, someone eventually slips. From what I gathered, Candle Cove was always the last stop for the fishermen who went missing. They weren't supposed to fish there after dark, but even during the day, the place had a strange pull. Something about the reefs or the old shipwrecks. Some said it was cursed, some said it was blessed. Most just told me to stay clear of it, and left it at that. The dockmaster never mentioned Candle Cove directly, but I noticed he kept routes drawn around it, as if the place were a hole in the map no one wanted to acknowledge. That only made me more curious. I figured if I could map it myself or find something worth salvaging, maybe I could trade the information for a big cut on my debt. The town used scavenged parts all the time. Shipwreck steel, driftwood, ropes that washed ashore. If Candle Cove really held pieces of old vessels, that could mean money. And then there was the note from M. Don't fish here after dark. I didn't know who M was, but someone out there cared enough to leave me a warning. That made the cove feel even more important. If it was dangerous, I needed to see why. If it held answers about the mutations or about the last fisherman who owned my boat, then I wanted to understand what happened to him. As my ma used to say, I was just too curious for my own good. So the next morning, I packed up my gear. I made sure my nets were in good condition. I checked the fuel. I double-checked the patched map. And I told myself I wasn't doing anything reckless. I was just gathering information. It was past noon by the time I reached the cove. The sea was rougher than usual, pushing the boat side to side as if trying to nudge me back toward Big Red. I kept going anyway, hands steady on the wheel. When Candle Cove finally came into view, I had to stop and take it in. It was beautiful. The water was crystal clear, almost glass-like, letting me see straight down to the reef. The reefs themselves glowed with different colors, bright blues, oranges, greens, like someone had scattered gemstones across the ocean floor. Floating bulbs drifted gently at the surface. At first I thought they were jellyfish, but they stayed strangely still, bobbing quietly as the waves passed. Mangrove trees grew high around the cove, their roots twisting in sharp curves, reaching up in tangled shapes that looked almost like arches or old wooden frames. It didn't match the island's reputation at all. Nothing about it screamed danger. If anything, it felt calm. I let out the net and began trawling slowly around the perimeter, letting the boat pull the line behind me. If the cove was responsible for the demonic fish I'd been pulling in lately, then maybe the deeper parts held something unusual. Julian had mentioned Rex lying somewhere near the entrance, and I wanted to see if I could find him. I made a slow pass along the outer wall of the cove, scanning the roots and rocks. The water was so clear that I could make out shapes on the bottom. Broken planks, rusted metal, old ropes caught between rocks. Pieces of a ship, maybe several ships, scattered across the floor like someone had emptied a storage chest underwater. I traced the curve of the shoreline until I reached a narrow inlet. It was the only place where docking made sense. The roots created natural posts I could tie to, so I eased the boat in and secured it the best I could. By then the sun had started dipping low. Candle Cove looked different in the late afternoon light, softer and more muted. The bright colors of the reef dimmed to a gentle glow. The floating bulbs drifted closer together, almost forming a path across the water. I reached for the small kettle I carried everywhere, set it on the stove, and made my usual cup of midnight coffee. It wasn't midnight, but habits don't always care about the clock. The familiar smell was good for me. I sat on the deck with a mug between my hands and watched the last light fade behind the mangroves. The cove grew darker by the minute, and the floating bulbs glowed faintly in the dim. I told myself I'd wait a little longer, just long enough to see what Candle Cove looked like at dusk. Maybe fish if I felt like it. By the time night settled in fully, the place felt different. The sky above me was clearer than anything I'd seen in years. The stars looked sharp and bright, scattered across the dark like someone had tossed handfuls of salt into the air. With no towns nearby and no generators humming, the sky showed everything it had. It was one of those rare nights where the world feels untouched. I let myself relax a little. I leaned back on the deck, let out a slow breath, and looked straight up. For a moment, it was peaceful. I almost forgot about why I came here in the first place. The cove felt quiet, the boat felt steady, and the warm cup in my hands made the whole scene feel almost normal. Almost. After a minute, I lowered my gaze to the water, and that was when I noticed the reflection. At first, I thought it was just the stars shining back at me. The surface was calm enough for that, but something felt off. The pattern didn't match. I frowned and glanced upward again at the sky, then back at the water, up and down. I must have done that 5 or 6 times before my mind finally caught up. The stars on the water were blinking, not shimmering or rippling with the waves. Blinking, and they didn't match the sky above. A bulb floating near the surface of the water closed slowly. Another opened near it. A cluster tightened, as if reacting to the night air, adjusting themselves. I felt my entire body go still as realization washed through me. These weren't reflections. They were hundreds of eyes. They floated across the surface of the reef in a wide arc, forming a glowing ring around the cove, each one bright, round, and watching me. The same bulbs I saw drifting during the day, the ones I thought were jellyfish, weren't bulbs at all. They'd been closed, and now they were open. I didn't move or speak or set my cup down. I just stared at the arc of blinking points circling the waterline, shining softly in the night like lanterns made for some purpose I didn't know. The cove was alive. Then the boat shifted. Just a small tilt under my feet. Not enough to knock me off balance, but enough to let me know something had disturbed the water beneath me. I stayed perfectly still, listening. And that was when I heard it. A low groan rising up from deep under the island. The kind of sound you feel more than hear. It wasn't a wail, I'd heard plenty of whales in my time. Wasn't rock or tectonics either. This sounded organic. Like something impossibly large was moving down there, aware of me in a way no normal creature should be. The thought hit me hard. The thing didn't just have eyes, it had the mind to process what it sees. The thing was sentient and paying attention, and I was the thing it was paying attention to. I reached for the engine with slow, careful movements. I turned the key just enough for the motor to hum. The noise came out soft, but even that tiny vibration sent a ripple through the ring of eyes. Every single one of them widened at once, zeroing in on me with a predator's focus. The groan beneath the island grew deeper. The sandbanks around the cove shifted in response, sending small ripples along the roots of the mangroves. Something rose from the water a few yards away, a long ridge breaking the surface, shaped too perfectly to be a random line of rock. It looked like a spine. I didn't wait to get a better look. I pushed the throttle forward. The boat jerked ahead and cut across the water. I kept one hand on the wheel and one on the throttle, eyes on the cove's exit. The engine wasn't built for speed, but I pushed it as much as I dared. Behind me, the glowing eyes didn't scatter. They didn't drift apart. They stayed fixed in their places, anchored to something below. A shadow rose and followed under the waves. It was massive, large enough to swallow a boat 5 times my size in a single bite. In the faint light, I caught a glimpse of patterns under the water. I saw a stretch of wide, dark scales, a ridge lined with glowing organs, and a jawline that extended farther than my lantern could reach. As I finally crossed the boundary of the cove, the eyes began to dim. One by one, then all at once, sinking beneath the water like a field of stars being pulled under. The shadow drifted back into the depths, disappearing just as quietly as it had arrived. I didn't stop the boat until Candle Cove was a distant shape behind me. Life went back to something close to normal after Candle Cove, though normal on Redstone Isle isn't the same as anywhere else. I still work as a local fisherman, still bring in cod, mackerel, and the occasional aberration when it turns up in the nets. But I don't night fish the way I used to. Not anymore. These days, I keep my hours tight. I stay within the borders of Redstone Isle, never past the far markers, and I bring the boat in before 10 at night. I've got a few years left to pay off my debt, and I've accepted that. The sea gives what it gives, and the town takes what it takes. I earn my keep. I repair my boat. I sell what I catch. Some weeks are good, some are thin, but I know the pattern now, and I stick to it. Of course, even with routine, the mysteries don't go away. The fog still rolls in every night and every day, thick and heavy like it belongs to the island. People pretend it's just weather, but they watch it the way you watch a stranger at your door. No one knows why it never clears. The old mayor vanished. No trace. And if you ask around, you'll get 10 different answers and none of them satisfying. As for the disappearances, well, everyone claims they're random. But people say a lot of things when they want to feel safe. Whether there's a pattern or not, I can't say. I don't go looking for trouble. And the mutations, the aberrations, those are still the strangest part. They show up more often than they used to. They sell fast. Someone always buys them at a higher price, though no one talks about who or why. I could ask more questions, but after what I saw at Candle Cove, I'm not sure I want answers. Some things stay manageable, only because you don't shine a light on them. But you look like someone curious, someone new. Say, you're just arriving in town, aren't you? Looking to get a job with the dockmaster, right? Folks like you show up every few months. Fresh face, big plans, thinking this place will be quiet and simple. maybe you ought to rethink your choices. Maybe not. I have no idea why you're here, or what you think you need to prove. But mark my words, this island has strange stories, and even stranger things hiding out there in the fog. Keep your eyes open. Keep your routes close to shore. And if anyone ever hands you a map with missing pieces, ask yourself why.
My name is Riley. I make my living going where most divers don't even like to look. Black water, no visibility, no sound except the regulator pulling breath in and out. I've been doing this for, 16 years. Started small, springs, sinkholes, flooded quarries, moved deeper every season. You do enough of these dives, you stop thinking about the surface as home. You start to feel more honest under pressure. The noise in your head fades. The world up there runs too fast, full of people pretending they know what they're doing. Down here, you either know or you die. My father used to take me spearfishing when I was a kid. We'd go off the panhandle, out past the oil rigs, where the water turns that heavy green, He'd tell me, "Don't fight the ocean, boy. It doesn't care." He died when I was 19. Boat accident, not even a storm. I remember standing on the dock, looking out at nothing but glass water, thinking it looked like a lie. Since then, I spent most of my life below it. I guess that's how I make sense of things, by getting close enough to the dark until I can see what's inside it. People call me the best in the business. They do. That's not modest, it's just math. I have done over 300 certified cave dives, logged a few dozen unofficial ones that get me blacklisted if anybody ever saw the footage. I have mapped systems that weren't even on the charts, rescued a team once that got trapped 3 chambers in. 2 of them made it out. The company that hired me put my face in a brochure after that. Riley Quinn. The deep doesn't scare him. Looked good in print. I liked it. I won't lie about that. That's the thing about a reputation. At first, it's a reward, and then it becomes a leash. People start expecting miracles, and once they do, you start believing you owe them one. You start to push the edge a little harder each time, just to stay the person they think you are. I've made peace with that. It's the cost of being known for something most people are too afraid to try. Lately, I've been working contracts for private biotech outfits. They don't care about maps or records, just samples. Strange bacteria, coral growths, anything that might heal, regrow, or sell. The money's stupid. Enough to fund my own rig, keep a team on call, replace my gear after every job. They say it's for medicine, for research. Maybe that's truth. But mostly it's because the ocean's the last place left where you can still find things no one's seen before. I have more stories on that in a bit. I don't talk much outside the water. Don't need to. Diving gives you a kind of quiet that doesn't exist anywhere else. You start to crave it. You start measuring life in PSI, in air consumption, in how steady your line hand feels when visibility drops to 0. Up top, I don't sleep much. I watch dive footage instead. People ask me why I do it. Why keep going deeper when I've already proven myself a dozen times over? I tell them it's because every cave has a voice. It doesn't speak, just waits. You drop in, and for a while, you're the only thing alive that knows it exists. That's enough reason for me. I work with 2 people, always the same 2. That's not usual in this business. Most divers come and go. Some burn out. Others panic on a deep run and don't come back. But we have stuck together for 4 years now. Trust matters more than skill when you're 400 feet down and 2 turns from the exit. Marcus is the oldest of us. Ex-Navy, quiet voice, always steady. Never raises his tone, not even when things go sideways. You could be 10 seconds from blackout, and he'd still talk to you like you're ordering lunch. That's why I keep him close. He watches everything. Depth, timing, gear, the line tension, even the expressions we make before a dive. He's the kind of guy who never uses 5 words when 3 will do. He doesn't talk about what he did in the Navy. My guess is deep sea recovery or something classified. The way he handles a rebreather or checks over the bailout gear tells me he's been in tighter spots than most of us can imagine. I have seen him spot a faulty valve by ear. He never boasts. Doesn't need to. We call him the anchor when we're joking around. Even Laura picked up on it, and she hasn't even known him long. Laura's the biologist. She's in her 20s. Smart, curious, way too young to be diving caves like these. But she learns fast and she doesn't scare easy. She isn't a professional diver, not by training, but she got certified quick after joining us. She's the only one who can identify the stuff we find. Microbes, eggs, tissue samples. She knows what's valuable and what's just wet rock. She's good at keeping things light. Makes bad jokes before we drop. Sometimes they're funny. Most times they just make the silence seem smaller. She asks a lot of questions. Always writing things down. Always thinking a few steps ahead. I don't know if she wants to discover something or prove herself. Could be both. The job is simple, on paper. We're hired by private marine biotech companies. They fund the expeditions and keep everything off the record. No federal involvement, no permits. They're after one thing: biological samples. The rarer the better, especially anything that can't be traced back to the surface. There's a compound they care about more than anything else. It's called enzyme 42. It helps tissue heal faster than anything they've ever seen. Lab-grown skin closes in seconds. Nerve cells regrow. Muscle repairs itself without scar tissue. They found it once in an egg. A single egg pulled out of a collapsed trench back in the 90s. The diver who brought it up didn't survive the return trip. Nobody ever found his body. They think the egg belonged to a species they call sea emperors. Nothing official. No photos, no confirmed samples since then. Just theories and sonar records that don't add up. But if the enzyme came from a real creature, it is worth more than anything else on the planet. And that's why we're here. The Devil's Throat is a submerged cave system off the Florida Panhandle. It starts with a sinkhole in the Gulf, wide enough to drop a small boat into. Locals call it the mouth. From the surface, it looks just like a dark patch in the water. But once you descend, it turns into a maze of limestone tunnels. The pressure down there can crush you if you go too deep, and the current can flip in minutes when the tide changes. It's not on most charts. Officially, it's marked as a geological instability zone. Unstable rock, unpredictable shifts. Divers avoid it. No one logs practice dives there. People who try, well, they don't come back. The sonar scans show moving shapes bigger than submarines. Some say they're just caves shifting. Others think they move on their own. We're the first team to go back in 20 years. The company wants us to go as deep as possible, collect samples, and get out. That's the plan. We started the dive briefing an hour before launch. I always run it myself. Doesn't matter how many times we've done this kind of job, you go over the plan. Out loud. You look each person in the eye, and you don't assume they remember it. You make sure they know it. Repetition matters. You don't think clearly under pressure unless the plan's already muscle memory. I laid out the gear on the bench in front of us. 3 full sets, 1 for each diver. 5 oxygen tanks per person, each one topped off and triple checked for pressure and seal. Every tank was labeled with color-coded tape, marked for depth and order of use. We don't use standard open circuit scuba. Our suits run closed circuit rebreathers. That means we recycle exhaled gas, extend bottom line, and keep bubbles to a minimum. But rebreathers can fail, so each tank is a backup. We also set emergency tanks along the route. 1 tank every 100 meters, clipped to the guideline. If something breaks, you fall back, grab a tank, and get out. That's the rule. No freelancing, no hero dives. All right, 3 divers, I said. 5 tanks each, 300 meters of safety line. I paused. Objective is Chamber Delta. Laura looked up at that. She tapped her tablet and brought up the cave map. She zoomed in on the lower half. The Devil's Throat system branches out in 5 main directions from the primary sinkhole: Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. 4 of them have been partially mapped, at least to a certain point. Only Delta was left unfinished. Drones had been sent into Delta in 2004. They got in about 100 meters before the footage cut out. Not an equipment failure, just scrambled data. Glitchy, corrupted, like something interfered with the signal. Most people figured it was just the pressure of the mineral content in the rock. But I don't guess when it comes to diving. You go in prepared, or you don't go in at all. I stepped to the map Laura was projecting. I pointed to the route. From entry, we're going 270 meters horizontal, 110 meters vertical. We follow the main tunnel, fork left at marker 7, descend past the ridge. At the second bend, we switch to crawl mode. It's a tight fit past there. If we don't reach the chamber in 90 minutes, we turn back. No exceptions. Laura nodded and tapped the record icon on her tablet. She always logs every briefing. Voice notes, GPS tags, personal readings, and environmental data. That's how she handles pressure. She tracks everything. Marcus didn't say anything, but I saw him coiling the line again from scratch. He always does it himself. The guideline is bright yellow, made from a high-strength synthetic. It has directional knots every 5 meters. Pull forward, you feel the knot one way. Pull back, moves the other. That's how you know which way is out, even blind. There's no GPS down there. No signal. Just line and time. I kept going. Objective is a fossilized nest. The lab flagged it in the drone scan. It's a formation in Chamber Delta that shows a cluster of shell-like structures, organic in shape. Could be mineral, could be actual remains. The lab's interested in one thing, and that is residue. Define residue, Laura said, not looking up. Anything sticky, crusted, or embedded in the wall, I replied. They're looking for biomaterial, especially if it shows signs of growth. She raised her eyebrows slightly. So we're hoping for a trail. Not a trail, I began. A sample of enzyme 42. That changed the room. Even Marcus paused. Enzyme 42, it's not just a lab compound. It's the reason any of us were even on this job. The last confirmed sample came from an egg pulled out of a collapsed trench near the Cayman Rise back in '97. The diver brought it to the surface, but didn't survive the trip back. The egg cracked during decompression. What leaked out of it was like anything else ever recorded. Cells soaked in the enzyme regenerated. Fast. Too fast. Skin closed over itself. Nerve tissue reconnected. The labs couldn't reproduce it synthetically. Every test since has failed. The company we were diving for owned the rights to that original sample. They'd spent 20 years sending drones and divers into caves like this, trying to find more. Most came back with nothing. A few never came back at all. We trained for 3 months. Dry runs, deep dives in flooded quarries, night sessions, emergency drills. We knew the layout, we knew the markers. We knew the signs of nitrogen narcosis and rebreather failure. We knew what we were walking into. And like I said before, the money was good. They don't offer numbers like that for coral or sponge samples. It was the kind of pay that solves problems, that ends loans, that puts your name on a lab or your kid in a better school. Laura played it like she was chasing discovery, but I'd seen her contract. I knew what she was getting. Marcus didn't say anything about the pay, but he showed up to every prep session early and never asked questions. And that told me enough. I started checking the dive packs, starting with Laura's. Regulators, valves, pressure gauge, weight balance. Everything passed. Marcus checked mine while I worked. That's how we do it. Cross-checks. One diver checks, the other verifies. You don't leave it to chance. And that's when the sonar chirped. Not a sharp alarm, just a long, low ping. All three of us turned toward the monitor. The screen showed a slow, wide return. One thick shape, just for a second. Then gone. Not an error beep. Wasn't glitchy or broken. It looked like something had passed through the scan grid just outside the sinkhole. Laura squinted at the display. "That's not a fault," she said. Marcus stepped in. "Run it again." She did. The pulse came back, once, then again. Then it stopped. We stared at the screen for almost a minute. No movement, no follow-up. Just the same strange pattern. A return big enough to register, but without enough form to classify. Nobody said what they were thinking. We just went back to the gear. We dropped past the final depth marker at 400 feet. And from that point on, everything changed. The sound of our own movement became softer, slower. The water around us didn't move the same way. It was thicker down here. The lights from our helmets didn't travel far anymore. Even with full beams on, we could only see a few meters ahead. Everything beyond that was just dark. The tunnel kept narrowing. At first I thought we'd hit a pinch point, but the shape of the walls was too smooth. No rough stone, no debris. The walls didn't look like they'd been worn down by water or time. They were curved inward, almost symmetrical. The surface reflected some of the light back in a soft, muted way, like polished glass or smooth bone. It didn't feel natural. Marcus was in front, unspooling the guideline slowly and locking it into the rock every 10 meters. He didn't speak, just kept the pace steady. I followed at center. Laura was behind me, keeping one hand on the line and one on her tablet. Her light scanned side to side, while the tablet ran a scan of the mineral content. She was quiet too. The dive suits handled the pressure, but I could still feel the difference. It was subtle, like gravity had increased just a little. Every movement took more effort. Every breath had to be measured. This was the kind of depth where mistakes became final. Then the sonar pinged. A slow, clear tone from my wrist unit. I stopped and checked the screen. It flickered once, then again.
A shape appeared. Not a reading error. A real form moving far below us. Long, wide, low to the floor of a deeper chamber. It drifted slowly across the screen, then disappeared. I didn't say anything. Neither did Marcus. Laura kept recording. Maybe she didn't see the screen, or maybe she chose not to mention it. We kept moving. The tunnel led to a wide drop-off. It opened suddenly, like stepping to the edge of a cliff. Below us, the cave floor stretched out into a massive basin, flat and wide. Our lights barely reached the far edges. The space was enormous, bigger than anything we'd seen on the maps. It was shaped like a stadium. Laura moved closer to me. She pointed her light down, and that's when we saw them. Shells. Huge, spiraled shells embedded in the cave floor. Dozens. Some stood upright like statues. Others rested on their sides or at angles, partially buried in sediment. They looked like ammonites, those ancient marine creatures, but at a scale that didn't make sense. Marcus broke the silence through comms.
Fossils. Ancient.
Laura drifted lower, scanning the nearest one. She circled it slowly.
No,
She began.
they're molted.
I moved closer and looked again. She was right. These weren't solid fossil shells. They were hollow. The center of each spiral was empty, as if something had pushed its way out from inside. The edges were curled and soft-looking, not stone, something more flexible. They looked like shed skins. None of us moved for a while. I stared at him, and something clicked in my memory, something from the pre-dive briefing. We'd been flown to a secure facility a few days before the mission. The company wanted us to understand what we were being sent after. They didn't give us instructions, just information. There were 4 scientists, 3 men, 1 woman. They spoke slowly, like they were trying not to overstate anything. Each word felt carefully chosen. Nobody checked their watches. Nobody looked bored. They showed us images, cave art pulled from deep underwater chambers in the Caribbean. The drawings were faded, but still clear enough to see the shapes. Long, serpent-like figures. Some with dozens of eyes. Others with gaping, open bodies. The lines wrapped around small human figures, dragging them inward. Then they showed us drone footage. It was short, only 20 seconds, but it showed a trail of fluid running along a cave wall, glowing faint blue under a special light. Enzyme 42. They told us every sample they'd recovered came from dead sources, empty shells, dried fluid trails, pieces of membrane caught in filters, never from a living specimen. The woman on the panel had said it clearly. We've never captured one, never observed one in real time. We only know it exists by what it leaves behind. One of the men added, and the teams that went deepest never came back. Now inside this chamber, Laura hovered just above one of the shells. She scanned it with the tablet, then tagged its location.
This isn't fossilized.
She began.
It's recent.
Marcus leaned in.
How recent? I don't know,
She began.
but this isn't rock. It's protein. Organic. The shell's hollow. Look.
She reached out with one gloved hand and brushed the surface.
A thin layer peeled back, curling away like skin. It floated upward, delicate and light. The rest of the shell didn't move, but now I could see what it really was. Not a fossil, not a rock. It was something that had lived here, something that had grown, then left. And we were right inside the place that it had left behind. The tunnel curved wide after the molted shells. We moved slowly, careful not to kick up the sediment along the floor. The rock gave way to open space. It was larger than we expected, much larger. The chamber ahead wasn't marked on any map. It looked like a dome, perfectly rounded, with a smooth ceiling and an uneven floor. I could see debris scattered across the bottom. Not stone, not coral. Looked almost man-made. I dropped lower, shining my light across the ground. Tanks. Diving tanks. Some rusted through, others still intact. A few were half buried in the sediment, but most looked like they'd been dropped in a rush. Then I saw the helmets. Some were cracked, others were still whole, lying open like they'd been taken off. One had a name label barely visible through a layer of grime. I didn't recognize it. Then we saw the bodies. Not skeletons. These were something else. Some were just bone, fused into the limestone like fossils, arms stretched out, legs bent, but others still had shape. Not alive, not fresh, just preserved. Flesh that hadn't rotted, suits that hadn't torn. One diver looked like he was reaching forward, his gloved hand outstretched toward a wall crack. The wall had grown around his fingers, sealing him in. Laura hovered beside me. Her voice came through the comms. "They didn't die fast." Marcus said nothing. He scanned the walls. Laura moved closer to a fissure. A clear fluid leaked from a hairline crack in the stone. It dripped slow, steady, forming a small pool at the base. She pulled out a vial and caught a sample. When she passed her light over the fluid, it reacted. It pulsed, just once, like it knew it was being seen. Laura spoke through the comms again. "It's active. Cell movement. Maybe heat reactive." Marcus floated beside her, eyeing the vial. "Looks like the mucus they have back at the lab." He was right. The samples we'd trained with were always diluted, stabilized. This was raw and unfiltered. Laura sealed the vial and marked it. I watched her hands. She wasn't shaking, but she was working faster now. And that's when the current shifted. It didn't rush or pull right away. It was subtle at first, a slow reversal of direction. Our line began to sway. Particles drifted sideways instead of falling straight down. And then we heard it. A deep groan. Not metal, not rock. It came through the stone itself, long and hollow, like a whale song, slowed down until it barely registered as a tone. We froze. The sound didn't repeat, but something moved above us. Not a ripple, not a swirl, a shape. Long, smooth, moving slow. I pointed my light upward. The beam caught it for half a second. It was massive, longer than any creature I'd ever seen.
bigger than a whale. Its skin was translucent, stretched thin like jellyfish membrane, with streaks of blue light running under the surface. The light shifted with its movement, almost like veins. And the eyes, not 2, not 4, a dozen at least, each one set in a different direction. Some looked down, others tracked us. They didn't blink. They just followed. The mouth didn't open. It unfolded. Slits peeled back from the center, revealing rows of short, spiraled limbs, almost like tongues or fingers. They moved on their own, twitching, adjusting, searching. Marcus didn't speak. He didn't aim. He just reacted. The flare gun fired. The chamber filled with white light, and for a second we saw everything. The creature, the size of the dome, the scattered gear, the old bodies. And then the light vanished behind a rising cloud of silt. The flare had hit something, but I couldn't see what. And then the current snapped. It pulled from below. A whirlpool formed near the fissure where Laura had taken the sample. She screamed. Her body dropped fast, yanked downward. Her tether line stretched, then snapped. The scream cut off. I dropped toward the current, but I was too far. I couldn't see her. I only saw the splash of red that followed. It didn't rise quickly. It spread out slow, like smoke in zero gravity. Marcus didn't hesitate. He dove after her. No words, no plan, he just went. I looked down. I waited for a moment. Nothing came back. No movement, no signal. Then the sonar failed. Everything went quiet again, and I was alone. I don't remember surfacing. The last clear thought I had was turning away from the dome chamber. I checked the line and started moving. Every part of me knew to leave, but I don't remember choosing it. I guess I just moved. I followed the guideline like it was the only thing left. It didn't feel like the same line we'd come in on. It felt longer. The turns felt wrong. My hands were slow on the knots. My legs kicked, but my body didn't respond the same way. The pressure had caught up with me. My thoughts felt disconnected, like I was drifting above them. I kept moving forward, but my vision blurred at the edges. My arms shook. One of my eardrums ruptured during the ascent. Left side. Didn't hurt at first. The pain came later, once the cold hit me. I remember trying to check my depth, but I couldn't make out the numbers. My eyes kept fogging up behind the mask. My rebreather began to fail, just below the mouth of the sinkhole. The regulator choked once, then gave out. I reached back, unclipped the bailout tank, and made the switch. That part is muscle memory. I know I did it, but I don't remember how fast. From there, I kicked upward. I think I blacked out. Maybe at 60 feet, maybe higher. They told me the rescue boat found me, floating face up near the buoy line. The dive team pulled me on board, and I was half conscious. They said I was still clutching the camera in both hands, pressed tight against my cheek, like it was part of me. I was bleeding from my left ear. My lips were dry and cracked from exposure. There was a tear in my suit along the shoulder seam. The medics said I had a mild case of decompression sickness. They were surprised it wasn't worse. They got me under heat packs and fluids. I remember the deck being cold under my back. I remember the motion of the boat more than the people on it. I couldn't focus on faces. But I was awake when they took the camera. The body camera I wore through the dive had recorded everything. It was heat sealed into the rig and ran on a closed circuit with local backup. Even if it lost signal, it kept recording. The video was mostly useless. The footage was full of silt, low light, and movement blur. The lens was cracked at some point during the descent. Every shift in water pressure distorted the picture. But the audio was clean. In the recovery tent the next morning, they played it back in a loop. A few members of the lab team were there. A couple of the dive coordinators stood off to the side. No one spoke for the first few minutes. Laura's voice came through first. Calm, collected. She was describing shell measurements, maybe trying to log a sample ID. She was surprised, then worried. Then she screamed. The scream was short. Then Marcus's voice, loud but not panicked. He shouted her name once. Then the sound. That same deep hum. It rolled through the speakers like a long underwater breath, slow and wide, like something the size of a building groaning through the stone. It didn't rise or fall. It just moved. Then nothing. No more voices, no impacts, no collapse, no alarms. Just silence. I told them I never found the others. I told them there was no trace, no lights, no movement, no bubbles. I stayed long enough to look, but there was nothing left to follow. They didn't press me. They believed what I said. They didn't ask for details. The company classified the mission under equipment failure. They filed the final report as an accident, environmental instability, site risk, line malfunction. The dive was marked as terminated due to safety loss. No negligence, no foul play. Nobody blamed me. The lab team ran the audio through a review panel. I wasn't invited to those meetings. I read the summary report later, though. The official term they used was indeterminate biological presence. That was all they said about it. They didn't mention the creature, not once. They didn't ask if I'd seen anything. They paid me in full. No bonus for samples, no deduction for failure. Just the standard payout. 2 days later, they sent me a non-disclosure agreement. 10 pages, legal language. I knew what it meant. No public interviews, no papers, no outside communication with universities or media. I signed it, and I moved inward. I didn't want to be near the ocean. I found a small place in the hills. Nothing fancy, no shoreline, no space. I don't dive anymore. I haven't gone near a rebreather or dry suit since that mission. I still have gear. It's in a locked case I haven't opened in years. The tablet Laura used came back in the same supply crate as my rig, and I kept it. The data logs are encrypted behind a passcode. I've never tried to crack it. I keep telling myself it wouldn't matter. But I still think about what's on it. I think about her voice in the last few seconds of the audio. Calm, then afraid, then gone. Most nights I sleep fine, but when I do dream, I know what I see. It's always the same. A blue glow rising through black water. And that sound.
Years have passed since the dive. These days I speak in documentaries, the kind with slow music and wide shots of coral reefs. People ask me about deep sea ecosystems, underwater pressure zones, and rare marine compounds. I give simple answers, clean ones. I talk about regeneration, biodiversity, and bioluminescent organisms. I never mentioned what really happened. The official story is already out there. Equipment failure, compromised line, poor visibility, unstable conditions, 2 divers lost, 1 survivor. Case closed. But when the cameras turn off and the interviews end, I stay behind. I still dive. Not in caves, not anymore. Now I charter submersibles. I fund the trips myself when I have to. Other times I convince labs or universities to lend me equipment. I tell them it's for research. I use old data from the Devil's Throat to write papers about sonar behavior and deep ocean drift patterns. Most of it's true, and the rest is close enough. The real reason I'm out there is simple. I'm hunting. Not with weapons, not even with nets. I just want to see them again. Sea emperors. Since my dive, the number of deep sea sightings has gone up. Not by much, just a few blips on sonar here and there. But they're consistent. Always deep trenches. Always at night. Always the same report, something massive and glowing. Most are dismissed. The Navy calls them sonar ghosts, false echoes, geological shifts. They're wrong. I've built a private log. I call it monster patterns. It's not public. Nobody else sees it. Each entry has a time, a location, a depth, and a description. They're not random. They move with the seasons. I started noticing it in the 2nd year. The sightings match the lunar cycle, like how crops follow a cycle of harvest. New moon, 1st quarter, full. It's not about tides. Something beneath the surface is following a pattern. And that pattern is changing. They're moving closer to shore. The first entries were all deep trench zones. Mid-Atlantic Ridge, Puerto Rico Trench. Places that go down 6 miles or more. But now, the latest reports come from the continental shelf. Shallower waters. Fishermen reporting strange lights under their boat. Oil rigs recording structural vibrations they can't explain. I try not to jump to conclusions, but I know what I saw. I remember the eyes tracking me in that chamber with a sense of awareness, like it's seen 1,000 of me before, and would see 1,000 more. Laura and Marcus are still gone. Their bodies never came back. No signals, no remains, nothing. I still think about what happened in that last second. What they saw, what they felt. Whether it was over quickly. I never talk about them on camera. If someone asks, I change the subject. They deserve more than to be mentioned in passing. I've spoken to a few scientists who continue to study the sea emperors in secret. Some believe that they're part of a forgotten branch of evolution, animals that adapted to pressure and darkness in ways we can't understand. Others think they're still myths, overactive sonar, old diver stories recycled over beers. I try not to argue with them. I just say one thing. The ocean's not empty. It never was. And we only saw one of them. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching. My name is Tony Mercer, and I've worked as a caver for most of my adult life. Not recreationally, not as a thrill seeker. I mean professionally. Mapping systems, assisting with recoveries, checking old mines, and guiding people who have no business being underground without someone who knows what they're doing. Most of my work has been in Appalachia, where the cave systems run deep, old, and mostly undocumented. If you've seen The Descent or read about Ted the Caver, you already have a frame of reference. Some of that stuff is exaggerated, some isn't. The part that's usually missing is how people survive these places more than once. Panic isn't what gets you out. Strength doesn't either. What keeps you alive are rules, specific ones, that exist because something happened badly enough that someone felt the need to warn the next person. Most caves are dangerous in predictable ways. Loose rock, low oxygen, bad footing, you can train for that. You prepare, you mitigate risk. Rock behaves like rock. Sound echoes the way sound should. Air moves where it's supposed to move. But not every cave follows those rules. The system I'm writing about sits deep in the Appalachian Range, far from any tourist access or marked trail. There's no sign pointing toward it. No fence, no warning placard. Just a narrow opening hidden by brush and stone, and a steady draft of cold air coming from a place that never sees sunlight. You don't find it by accident. Someone has to tell you where it is. The first time I went in, I wasn't alone. I was with Forrest Hale, who grew up in northern Georgia and carried himself like someone who didn't waste energy reacting to things until they actually mattered. Forrest had a slow southern drawl, steady hands, and the kind of calm you only get after spending years underground when things go wrong. He trusted his instincts more than equipment, and they'd keep him alive longer than most. The third was Laura Bennett. Laura was precise, careful, without being timid. She noticed changes in the cave before anybody else. Airflow shifts, subtle sounds, places where the rock felt wrong under your hand. She didn't talk much while moving, but when she did, it was because something needed attention. I trusted her judgment completely. We'd been inside parts of that system before, but on one trip we pushed farther than usual, past the sections we knew, past the points where most people turned back, deep enough that the rock stopped looking familiar and the air felt heavier. And that was when I saw it. Carved directly into the stone wall of a narrow chamber, far enough inside that no one would do it casually, were 6 rules, not written in chalk, not scratched by a knife. They were cut into the rock, deep grooves worn smooth around the edges by time and moisture. Whoever carved them hadn't rushed. Each line was very deliberate. They were numbered 1 through 6. No explanation, no symbols, just the rules. I stood there for a long time, reading them over and over. I didn't understand most of them at first. Some didn't make sense at all. Forrest was quiet when he saw them. Laura took pictures and didn't say a word. I took a photo too. At the time, I thought they were a warning left by someone who got spooked. Maybe a joke. Maybe superstition carved in stone by miners or early cavers who didn't know any better. I was wrong. Over the years that followed, I learned exactly why each rule was there, one at a time. The hard way. Rule number 1. If you see green frogs, do not lick them. The first rule was carved deeper than the rest. I noticed that. The grooves were wider, more worn, as if more hands had traced over it than the others. Either that, or it's simply been there longer. At the time, I thought it was a joke. I mean, who needs to be told not to lick a frog? I didn't say that out loud. Forrest was standing a few feet back, headlamp angled toward the ceiling, checking for fractures. Laura was photographing the wall with her phone, making sure to get the carving from different angles. Still, the thought crossed my mind. Of all the dangers underground,
collapse, bad air, disorientation. That was the first rule someone chose to carve into stone? I wouldn't have laughed if I'd known what lived deeper in the system. Now, we didn't see frogs that day. Not on the first trip after finding the rules, anyway. We finished our survey, backed out the way we came, and didn't think much more about it. I remember joking about it later over coffee, calling it common sense carved in limestone. Laura didn't laugh. Forrest didn't either. It was weeks later when we ran into him. We were deeper than usual, past a section where the ceiling dropped low enough that you had to crawl on your stomach for a good 30 feet before it opened up again. The air down there felt thick, humid in a way that didn't match the rest of the cave. There was no standing water, no stream, no drip you could point to and say that's why. Just damp stone and a smell I couldn't place at first. Forrest noticed them before I did. "Don't move," he said quietly. That got my attention. Forrest didn't stop people unless he had a reason. I froze where I was, one knee down, 1 foot planted, headlamp steady. "What is it?" I asked. "Look," he said. "Real slow." I followed his beam. At first I thought they were boulders, rounded shapes scattered across the floor of the chamber, clustered near the walls. And then one of them moved. It wasn't a hop or a crawl. It was more like a slow adjustment, a heavy body settling its weight. And that was when my brain finally caught up and understood what I was looking at. Frogs. Big green ones. Bright, unnatural green, like fresh paint that hadn't dried yet. Their skin wasn't slimy the way you'd expect. It was almost velvety, stretched tight over thick bodies. Each one was about the size of a small dog, bigger than any frog had a right to be. Wide backs, thick hind legs folded beneath them, front limbs tucked in close. Their eyes were yellow, not gold or amber, yellow, like old headlights. They didn't blink. They just stared, mouths slightly open. There were 6 of them I could see. Laura whispered my name, barely audible. "Tony," she said. "I feel weird." I turned my head slowly, careful not to take my eyes off the frogs. Laura was standing closer to them, and her posture had changed. Her shoulders were loose, her head tilted slightly, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. "I'm fine," she said, even though I hadn't asked. "They're kind of beautiful, aren't they?" And that was when I felt it too. It wasn't a voice or a sound. It was more like a suggestion, planted gently and repeatedly. A pull. A calm, steady urge to take one step closer. Just one. To reach out, to touch the skin, to see what it felt like. My mouth filled with saliva. Forrest swore under his breath and grabbed Laura's arm hard enough that she yelped. The sound snapped something in my head, like breaking the surface of water, and I realized I'd been leaning forward without meaning to. "Back up," Forrest said. His voice was louder now, sharper. "Now." Laura blinked rapidly, confusion washing over her. "Why, what's wrong?" I didn't answer. I just grabbed her other arm, and together Forrest and I pulled her back, step by step, slow enough not to spook the frogs. My heart was hammering, but I kept my breathing steady. The frogs didn't move. They didn't hop towards us or chase us. They just sat there, watching, mouths open, throats pulsing gently as they breathed. As we retreated, one of them croaked. It wasn't loud or aggressive. It was low and rhythmic, almost soothing. Another frog answered it. Then another. and soon all of them were croaking in a slow overlapping pattern that made my head feel light. Laura stumbled. Forrest caught her before she went down. "Don't listen," he said to her. "Don't look." We backed out of the chamber. The croaking followed us for a while, echoing through the tunnels, and then faded as the air shifted and the sound finally died. We didn't stop moving until we were a good distance away. Laura sat down hard against the wall, breathing fast. "What the hell was that?" she asked. I felt like I was going to pass out." Forrest didn't answer right away. He stared down the tunnel we'd come from, jaw tight. "That's why the rule's there," he said finally. I thought about the carving, the deep grooves, the worn stone. People actually... "Yeah," Forrest interrupted. Later, after we were back above ground, he told us what he knew. Not theories or rumors, actual reports. People who encountered the frogs and ignored the rule didn't die right away. The frogs secreted a toxin through their skin. Not fast-acting, not painful. It soaked in through the tongue, through the mouth. Paralysis followed. Hallucinations. Complete loss of muscle control. Victims would collapse where they stood, and then the frogs would move. Their jaws unhinged wider than should have been possible, and they swallowed their prey whole, slowly. Some people were found later, those who'd been only partially consumed before something scared the frogs off. Others were never found at all. Forrest told us about one man who'd survived. Barely. He'd been pulled out by his partner before the frogs finished. His skin was burned raw. His tongue swollen to twice its size, and he was missing 2 fingers and most of the muscle from one calf. The man couldn't explain why he'd done it, why he leaned in, touched the frog, and licked it. He just said it felt like the right thing to do at the time. When we went back into the cave weeks later, the frogs were gone. Or maybe they just went deeper. Either way, I never forgot the way they watched us. Patient. When I look at the carving now, if you see green frogs, do not lick them. I don't think it's a joke anymore. I don't think it's obvious. I think it's the kind of rule someone only writes down after watching something terrible happen. I always follow it. Rule number 2. Always mark your path. The second rule didn't stand out the way the first one did. Wasn't dramatic or strange. It was the kind of thing every caver already knows. Which is probably why it gets ignored more often. Always mark your path. When I first read it carved into the rock, I remember thinking it was unnecessary, almost insulting. Anyone who's been underground more than a handful of times knows that rule already. You don't just wander into a cave and hope muscle memory gets you back. The problem is familiarity. This rule exists because familiarity is dangerous. The incident that made it stick happened months after we found the carvings. It wasn't in a deep system or an unmapped section. It was in a cave we'd been through more times than I could count. And that is what nearly killed us. The cave was a known Appalachian limestone system with multiple entrances, looping passages, and several large chambers connected by low corridors. Nothing extreme. No squeezes that would trap you or vertical drops. The kind of place people get real comfortable in. Forrest had been in it dozens of times. Laura had guided there before. I knew the general layout well enough that I didn't even bother pulling the map before we went in. And that should have been my first warning sign. We entered mid-morning. Clear weather, no rush, no pressure, just a short survey to check a section that had reportedly shifted after heavy rain. In and out. That was the plan. We didn't mark the trail. Not with tape, not with chalk, not even with simple reference marks. The thinking was simple and stupid. We know this cave. Well, for the first 40 minutes, everything was exactly as expected. Same wide passages, same worn stone, same places where the ceiling dipped low enough that you had to duck without thinking about it. Headlamps steady, backup lights checked, plenty of battery life. We reached the section we were there to inspect, a side passage that branched off from a larger corridor. The floor was slick with mud, and the ceiling had dropped a little since the last time we'd been there, but nothing serious. No collapse or instability. We noted it, took measurements, snapped a few photos, and then we turned around to leave. And that was when things started to go wrong. The main corridor looked the same. That's the problem. In limestone caves, especially older ones, everything erodes in similar patterns. Same curves and textures, same dull gray color. Once you're inside long enough, your brain starts filling in details that aren't actually there. We walked for about 10 minutes before Laura stopped.
"This doesn't feel right," she said.
Forrest frowned. What do you mean?
"Well, we should have hit the wider chamber by now."
I checked my watch. She was right. We'd been walking longer than expected. I slowed, scanning the walls, trying to spot something familiar. A crack, a marking, anything. Nothing jumped out. "Maybe we took the longer loop," I said, though I wasn't confident. We kept moving. 5 minutes later, Forrest stopped this time. "Yeah, that turn back there, I don't remember that being there." I turned around. The passage behind us split into two. Both looked equally worn, equally traveled. Neither had any obvious distinguishing features. And I felt the first real flicker of unease then. "All right," I said, let's just slow down." We chose the left passage. Another 10 minutes passed. The air felt heavier, not because anything had changed, but because we were starting to breathe harder. Laura kept glancing behind us. Forrest adjusted his headlamp twice, angling it differently, like he was trying to force familiarity out of the rock. And then my light flickered. Just once. Quick enough that I almost convinced myself I imagined it. I checked the battery indicator. Lower than it should have been. And that's when the cave stopped feeling like a place and started feeling like a big problem. We stopped completely. No talking, just listening to our own breathing. "All right, we need to pick a direction and commit," Forrest said. "And if it's wrong?" Laura asked. I didn't answer right away. We chose the right passage this time. The ceiling dropped lower. The floor sloped unevenly. The air felt stale. My light flickered again, longer this time. I slowed my pace without realizing it, and that's when Forrest's light went out. Just off. "Shit," he said quietly. He slapped the side of his headlamp. Nothing. He switched to his backup. Dimmer, narrower beam, but it worked. "All right, we need to move now," I said. You know, panic doesn't hit all at once. It creeps in through small failures sometimes. A wrong turn, a dead light, a familiar place becoming unfamiliar. Laura's breathing was shallow now. She kept close behind me, one hand on my pack so she wouldn't drift off course in the dark. My light flickered again. We walked faster. And every passage started to look wrong. Every turn felt like a mistake. I tried to picture the map in my head and couldn't. The mental image, it kept slipping away, replaced by stone and darkness and the sound of our boots scraping mud. And then my light died. Complete darkness. I froze instinctively, heart slamming into my ribs. "Tony?" Laura said. Her voice was tight. "I'm here," I said, forcing calm. "Backup light." My hands shook as I fumbled for it. And when it clicked on, the beam was weak, barely enough to see 10 feet ahead.
Forest backup was fading too. We stood there for a moment. 3 people in a cave we thought we knew, relying on lights that were actively failing. "This is my fault," I said. "We should have marked it." Forrest didn't argue. Laura didn't either. We moved again, slower now, sticking close, careful not to waste battery. Every decision felt heavy. Every turn could be the last wrong one. Finally, after many hours, we felt air moving. A faint draft, cool against my face. We followed it. The beam from my backup caught a faint glow ahead. Daylight. We stumbled out of the entrance, collapsing onto the ground like we just finished a marathon. And my light died completely seconds later. We sat there in silence for a long time. There were no monsters this time, no strange sounds, no supernatural explanation. Just 3 experienced cavers who made a terrible decision and nearly paid for it. A week later, when I stood in front of the carved rules again, I understood why the second one existed. Always mark your path, not because the cave changes, but because you do. You forget things sometimes. You get confused. And you don't always get lucky. Rule 3. If you go underground alone, always bring Tic Tacs. Now, when I read the 3rd rule carved into the rock, it bothered me more than the others. Not because it was scary, but because it made no sense. If you go underground alone, always bring Tic Tacs. Not food or sugar or candy. Tic Tacs. Specific. Narrow. No explanation, no variation. Forrest stared at it for a long moment, and then shook his head. "That's weird," he said. "Why not just say snacks?" Laura crouched to get a closer look at the carving. "Doesn't look like a joke," she said. "Someone took their time with this." I agreed with that much. The grooves were deliberate and deep. Whoever carved the rules didn't rush, and they did not improvise. They wrote exactly what they meant. Still, I didn't understand the rule. I didn't understand it even a week later, standing inside a gas station just off the highway, grabbing supplies for an early morning cave check. It was a nothing stop. One of those places you pull into without thinking. Faded signage, humming lights, shelves packed too tight. I grabbed water, jerky, batteries, normal stuff. And as I walked toward the counter, my eyes landed on a small rack of mints. Tic Tacs. I stared at them. The rule crossed my mind. I hadn't planned to go in alone that day, but plans change, schedules shift. And even if they didn't, the rule didn't say only bring them if you're alone. It said always bring them if you're alone. And I figured having them couldn't hurt. What the hell? I grabbed a box. I didn't think it was important. I didn't think it meant anything. I just tossed them in my pack and paid. The solo run happened 3 days later. Forrest was out of state. Laura had another commitment. The cave wasn't deep or new, and it wasn't dangerous by any reasonable standard. I needed to check airflow in a known side passage after a stretch of heavy rain. In and out. 30 minutes, maybe 40. I debated waiting, and then I told myself I'd been underground alone dozens of times without issue. I had gear and experience. I had backup plans. I didn't think about the Tic Tacs again until much later. The cave entrance was quiet that morning. Cool air rolling out, steady and familiar. I checked my watch, logged my entry time, and went in. The first part of the route was wide enough to walk upright. The stone walls were smooth, worn by water over centuries. My headlamp caught a clean beam ahead of me. Everything was normal. The side passage I was checking branched off from the main corridor at a shallow angle. It sloped downward gently, then leveled out. I made my way in, checking airflow with a strip of tape,
pausing occasionally to feel the rock for instability. No issues. I reached the turnaround point, marked my notes, and headed back. And that was when I realized something was wrong. The passage looked slightly different coming back. Not enough to set off alarms immediately, but enough to make me slow down. The ceiling felt lower. The walls seemed closer together. I brushed it off as fatigue and kept moving. And then I reached a junction that should not have been there. I stopped. I stood still, letting my breathing settle, scanning the walls carefully. 2 passages, both sloped upward, both looked equally worn. I was certain, absolutely certain, that there had only been one way back. I checked my watch again. I hadn't been inside long, wasn't panicking yet. I chose the left passage. It narrowed quickly, forcing me to turn sideways to keep moving. The floor dipped sharply, and I had to brace myself against the wall to avoid slipping. I didn't like that, but I kept going, expecting it to open up again. It didn't. I turned around. The slope I'd just descended looked steeper from this angle. The opening felt smaller. I tried climbing back up, and my boots slipped on damp stone. I tried again, slower. On the 3rd attempt, a chunk of rock shifted under my weight and slid down, wedging itself awkwardly near the narrowest part of the passage. The opening was still there, just not comfortably. I backed away and sat down hard on the stone floor, heart pounding. Okay, that's not good. Talking helped a little, kept my thoughts from spiraling. I checked my gear, primary light steady, backup lights untouched, plenty of battery life, water, food, radio no signal. But that wasn't surprising. The rock was thick here. I wasn't trapped yet. I stood and took the other passage. 10 minutes later, I realized I was completely disoriented. The walls looked identical no matter which direction I turned. The floor sloped inconsistently, sometimes down, sometimes up. My internal sense of direction, usually reliable, was gone. Every turn felt wrong. I stopped again. And that was when my primary light flickered. Just once. I stared at it, waiting for another flicker. It stayed on, but the beam felt weaker somehow, like it wasn't reaching as far. I switched to my backup light immediately. I moved slower now, counting steps, keeping one hand on the wall at all times. My breathing was louder than I liked. After a while, long enough that I stopped checking my watch, I remembered the rule: if you go underground alone, always bring Tic Tacs. I frowned, reaching into my pack more out of habit than belief. My fingers closed around the small plastic box immediately, and I pulled it out and stared at it. Bright white lid, green lettering, completely out of place in the dark. Why would this matter? I said. I shook the box lightly. The sound was sharp, loud in the confined space. Then I heard movement. It sounded like something flapping its wings, and then a faint scrape above me. I angled my light upward, and perched on a narrow ledge near the ceiling was a crow. Black and white feathers, sharp beak, pale eyes reflecting my light. It shouldn't have been there. Birds don't fly that deep underground. There was no food, no light, no reason for it to be there. It didn't move or make a sound. It just watched me. I didn't move either. And then, slowly, for a reason I still don't understand, I opened the Tic Tac box. The sound echoed again, and the crow shifted, hopping once closer along the ledge. I took a Tic Tac out and held it up on my palm.
The crow tilted its head, studying me, then leaned forward and plucked it gently from my hand. Then it turned and flew, not erratically, not circling, straight down a passage I hadn't tried yet. It landed once, looked back at me, and stayed there. And I didn't think about it or question it, I just followed. The passage sloped upward. The air felt fresher with every step. My backup light dimmed further, barely holding on. The crow flew again, and then vanished around a bend. And seconds later, I saw daylight. I stepped out of the cave and I sat on the ground for a long time after that, staring at the entrance. I don't know exactly why Tic Tacs matter. I don't know why that crow showed up. What I do know is this. I brought those Tic Tacs on a whim, and if I hadn't, I would not have survived. Rule 4. If the walls start breathing, run. The fourth rule was the shortest one carved into the rock. No explanation or qualifiers, just a sentence that didn't leave room for interpretation. If the walls start breathing, run. When I first read it, I assumed it was shorthand, a warning about unstable rock, condensation, pressure shifts, something you could explain away with geology if you wanted to. Limestone caves, they do strange things. Expansion, contraction, water pressure, changing the way surfaces look under a headlamp. That's what I told myself. But over the years, I heard the same story 3 times. Different people, different caves, same description. The first account came from a woman named Amy Madigan. No, not the actress. Amy wasn't inexperienced. She'd been caving for years and had assisted on multiple survey and rescue operations. She wasn't reckless, and she wasn't prone to exaggeration. I trusted her judgment, which is why I listened when she told me what happened. Her incident occurred near the entrance of an old mine tunnel that connected to a natural cave system. The opening was wide enough to walk through upright, and daylight was visible from where she'd been working. She and her team had been mapping side passages when she slipped and twisted her ankle badly enough that she couldn't put weight on it. The decision was made quickly. 2 people would head out to get help. Amy would stay put near the entrance where there was airflow and enough room to sit upright. They secured her, checked her supplies, and left. She told me that at first, everything felt normal. She sat with her back against the stone, headlamp on low to conserve battery, listening to the sounds of the cave. Water dripping somewhere deeper in, faint echoes of her teammates moving away. And then the silence changed. The dripping stopped. The echoes faded. She shifted her position, and that was when she noticed the wall in front of her wasn't still anymore. She described it as subtle at first, a barely perceptible movement beneath the stone, like watching fabric settle, she said. The surface seemed to rise and fall, just a fraction of an inch. Amy told me she stared at it for a long time, trying to convince herself it was a trick of the light. She waved her hand in front of the beam, changed angles, blinked, but the movement didn't stop. The wall wasn't cracking or crumbling. It was expanding and contracting, slow and steady, like a chest drawing breath. Then it happened again, more pronounced this time. The stone bulged outward slightly before easing back. That was when she tried to move. She grabbed her pack and dragged herself away from the wall, ignoring the pain in her ankle. As she did, she noticed the tunnel behind her narrowing, drawing inward, like the space itself was tightening. That was when she saw the teeth. They didn't erupt all at once. They emerged gradually from the stone, pale and smooth at first, then sharpening as they extended. Rows of them embedded in what she'd thought was solid rock moments earlier.
And then the eye opened. One eye, huge and wet, set deep within the tunnel wall. It rolled slowly, focusing on her. Amy screamed. She told me she could hear other screams too, echoing from deeper in the system. Her teammates. The tunnel began to close. Not in a collapse or a rock fall, the walls just drew together evenly, the teeth sliding past each other as the opening narrowed. Amy said she watched the light from deeper inside vanish as the tunnel sealed itself shut, and then everything went still. She was found hours later by a rescue team that couldn't explain what had happened. There was no collapse blocking the passage, no debris, no broken rock. But the tunnel Amy claimed had been there earlier was completely gone. Her teammates were never found. Not a single trace of them. I thought Amy's story was an anomaly until I heard the second account. The second survivor was a man named Rick Bowman, a former miner who had been exploring abandoned shafts with a small group. His description matched Amy's in every major detail. The silence, the movement, the breathing walls, the teeth. Rick's incident happened deeper underground, far from any entrance. He was separated from the rest of his group by a bend in the tunnel when he felt the walls shift. He didn't see the eye because he didn't stay long enough. Rick ran. He described the tunnel behind him compressing as he moved, the stone flexing inward, narrowing the space just inches behind his shoulders. He tore skin from his arms, squeezing through a section that hadn't been that tight before. He made it out alone, but the rest of his group didn't. The third account was the one that finally convinced me there was no exaggeration. It came from a rescue report. A team responding to a missing person call found evidence of a sudden disappearance deep inside a mine-connected cave system. Equipment crushed inward, not buried. Helmets warped as if compressed evenly from all sides. No signs of a collapse or exit blockage. When I look back at the carving now, if the walls start breathing, run. I don't think it's poetic language, and I don't think it's shorthand. I think it's literal. Now, I've never seen the walls breathe myself, but I have stood in places underground where things felt wrong, where the stone seems just a little closer than it had been seconds earlier. And every time that happens, I leave immediately. No gear check or discussion, no waiting to see if it gets worse. You don't study that phenomenon. You don't document it, you just run. Because the people who stayed long enough to understand it, they never came back. Rule number 5. If you come across ghost miners, stay with them for a while. The fifth rule didn't explain itself either. No dates or locations or extra markings. Just that. At the time, it was the only rule that didn't tell you how to survive something directly. Didn't say run or avoid. Didn't say bring anything. It told you to stop and do the opposite of what instinct would demand. Forrest was the one who explained what it meant. He didn't volunteer the information right away. We'd been quiet for a long time after finding the carvings, standing there with our lights trained on the rock, reading and rereading. That one, Forrest said eventually. That one's real old. He told us about the McGrath mining collapse of 1934, a coal mine cut too deep into unstable rock, support failure, 33 men underground when it happened. Rescue crews worked for days, but the tunnels kept shifting. Every attempt to reach them made things worse, and eventually the mine was sealed and abandoned. No bodies recovered. That history alone was unsettling, but it didn't explain the rule. Well, the incident happened during a routine survey of a natural cave system that intersected with old mining tunnels.
We weren't looking for anything unusual. We didn't intend to go anywhere near the old workings. But underground, intent doesn't matter much. Rock shifts, water carves new routes, old passages open where they shouldn't. We were moving through a narrow limestone corridor when the stone became rougher, straighter and less organic. Tool marks cut into the walls, half eroded but still visible. Rusted metal fused into the rock in places. A length of old timber, blackened and soft with rot, jutted out from the ceiling. Forrest stopped immediately. "This is a mine," he said quietly. Laura checked her map. "That doesn't make sense," she said. And that was when we heard the voice. "Hello? Is someone there?" It was a man's voice. Adult, tired. Forrest didn't move or speak. He raised one hand slowly, palm down, telling us to stay where we were. "Please, I can hear you," the voice said. Laura took a step forward without thinking. Forrest caught her by the sleeve. "That's one of them," he whispered. I wanted to argue. I wanted to say that it couldn't be. That this had to be something else, another caver or explorer. Somebody alive. But the deeper part of me already knew that wasn't true. The voice came again, clearer now. "Hello. We've been trapped for a while, but they'll be coming looking for us any time now." The word "us" hit hard. I stepped closer to the collapsed section of tunnel, careful not to touch anything. My headlamp illuminated a wall of fallen rock, jagged, packed tight, no clear opening. But there were gaps, narrow cracks between stones where air moved faintly in and out. "I can hear you," I said. "What's your name?" "Thomas," he said. "Thomas McGrath." Forrest closed his eyes. "How long have you been down here, Thomas?" I asked. "Not long, just since the shift started. There was a loud noise and everything went dark. We've been waiting." I didn't ask what year it was, or how old he was. I didn't correct him when he said "we." Forrest lowered himself to the ground and sat back against the stone wall. Laura hesitated, eyes wet, then did the same. And I followed. That was the rule. Stay with them. So we did. We stayed there. Lights low, packs off. "So, what kind of work you do, Thomas?" I asked. "Coal," he began. "I've been at it since I was a boy. My father, too." "Do you have family?" Laura asked. "Yes," he said. "A wife. 2 kids. One's a new baby girl." Laura looked at Forrest, then at me. And we talked with him like that for a long time. We asked him about his work, his life, the men he was trapped with. He told us about the noise, the dust, how dark it got afterward. He said some of the men were hurt, but most were okay. Scared, but okay. "They're rested now," he said. "We're conserving our strength." At one point, he asked if we could spare some water. Forrest nodded to me. I pulled my bottle from my pack, and I carefully threaded the tube through one of the gaps in the rock. It took time, and I didn't rush. When Thomas took a drink, he sighed with relief. "Thank you. I have not had a drink in a long time." As time passed, his voice grew softer, slower. "They'll be looking for us any time now," he said again, his voice tired but hopeful. Forrest shot me a brief look, then nodded. We didn't promise rescue.
We didn't tell him help was on the way, and we didn't say he was getting out. We let him believe what he needed to believe. Eventually, his voice trailed off. Long pauses stretched between sentences. Then silence. We stayed seated. Minutes passed, then more. Laura wiped her face with the back of her glove, shoulders shaking quietly. Forrest stayed still, eyes closed, breathing slow. When we finally stood up to leave, the tunnel was silent. There was no voice anymore. When I think about that rule now, I understand it better than the others. They know. Somewhere deep down, they know they aren't getting out. Maybe they know they're already dead. But they don't want to be alone. They want company. So if you ever hear a miner working where no one should be, or a voice calling from behind the rock, don't argue with it. Don't correct it. Don't tell them the truth they already sense. Just sit down, be good to them, then stay a while. Rule 6. If you see a German Shepherd underground, follow it. I didn't understand that rule for a long time. I'd been underground for years by then. I'd seen animals wander into cave entrances, bats, snakes, raccoons. I'd even seen a stray dog once, near daylight, skittish and half-starved. But deep underground, far past natural light, that didn't make sense. Forrest didn't comment on that one when we first found it. Neither did Laura. We took pictures, logged the carvings, and moved on. I didn't think about the rule again until the rescue call came in. It was late afternoon when we got the call. A partial collapse in an active cave system used for guided tours and training runs. Not a deep mine or a remote system, but one of the safer ones. Or at least it was supposed to be. 2 people were unaccounted for. A man in his 30s and a young girl, 8 years old. Father and daughter. They'd been part of a small group moving through a narrow section when a support slab gave way. The rest of the group made it out. Those 2 didn't. Forrest and I responded immediately. Laura was already nearby with another team and met us at the staging area. Rescue operations underground are chaos wrapped in procedure. Everybody knows their role, but nothing ever goes cleanly. Radios cut out, dust hangs in the air. Time stretches out. We entered through a secondary access point, moving fast but careful. The collapse wasn't total, more of a choke point filled with debris, the kind that traps without fully sealing. We could hear them before we saw them. The man was shouting hoarsely, voice cracking. The girl was crying, weak and scared but alive. That mattered. That meant time still mattered. We were working our way toward him when I saw movement ahead. At first, I thought it was another rescuer. And then my light caught the shape properly. A dog. A big German Shepherd. Standing in the tunnel ahead of us, calm and steady, ears forward, eyes reflecting the beam of my headlamp. No dust on its coat, no signs of panic. Just waiting for us. Forrest stopped dead. The dog turned and started walking deeper into the cave, moving like it knew exactly where it was going. I remembered the rule then, and Forrest remembered it too. "Follow it," he said. We moved. The tunnel narrowed slightly, tighter than I would have chosen under normal circumstances. The dog moved through it without slowing. We followed, scraping packs and shoulders against stone, breathing hard. The air grew thicker with dust. The sound of the trapped man and girl faded, replaced by the dull thud of shifting rock somewhere deeper. The dog stopped at a break in the tunnel wall, a small opening I wouldn't have noticed if it hadn't been standing right there, just wide enough to squeeze through. The dog looked back at us once, and then went through. We followed, and on the other side was a low chamber partially shielded from the collapse by a natural rock rib. And that was where they were. The man was pinned by debris across his legs, bleeding but conscious. The girl was curled against his chest, crying softly. When the dog stepped into the light, the girl saw it and gasped. "A doggy," she said weakly. The man looked up, stunned. We worked fast. Laura stabilized the girl while Forrest assessed the debris. I took position near the father, talking to him, keeping him focused. The dog stayed close, watching, occasionally moving just enough to stay out of the way, calm and alert. We freed the man's legs enough to move him, and then got the girl into my arms. She clung to my neck immediately, sobbing into my shoulder. "It's okay," I told her, "I've got you." The dog moved ahead as we started back, and we didn't question the route, we followed. The tunnel the dog led us through wasn't the shortest, but it was stable. No loose stone or sharp drops, no tight squeezes that would have slowed us down carrying injured people. At one point, another rescuer called over the radio, asking where we were. Forrest gave coordinates that didn't match the main routes. We reached daylight, just as my legs started to shake from exhaustion. Outside, medics rushed in, taking the man and the girl from us. The girl was alive. The man was alive. Both injured and scared, but breathing. And that was when I noticed the dog again. It stood a short distance away, watching me. As the medics worked, the dog turned toward the tree line. I took a step toward it. "Hey," I said without thinking. The dog paused, and I saw the collar then. Old leather, cracked, worn smooth with age. Stamped into the metal tag were two words. "Old Sarge," it read. The dog looked at me once, just once, and then it ran into the woods and was gone. Later, when things had calmed down, I asked around. Nobody had brought a dog underground. Nobody had seen it enter. An old rescuer pulled me aside when I described it. "Old Sarge," he said quietly. "Yeah, I heard of him." When I think about the rules now, that last one makes sense in a way the others don't. The frogs will kill you. Getting lost will kill you. Darkness will kill you. Some things underground don't let you leave. But sometimes, rarely, something down there helps. And if it does, you don't question it. You don't hesitate. You follow. Because that rule wasn't carved for curiosity. It was carved because someone survived. Well, I'm a bit older now, but I still go back to that place sometimes. The chamber where the rules are carved hasn't changed much. The stone is smoother now, worn by time and water, but the words are still there if you know where to look. I stand there longer than I need to, reading them over the way I did the first time. There are 6 rules. Don't lick the green frogs. Always mark your path. If you go underground alone, bring Tic Tacs. If the walls start breathing, run. If you come across ghost miners, stay with them for a while. And if you see a German Shepherd underground, follow it. They don't replace training or equipment. They don't make you invincible by any means. They exist alongside the basics, the things every caver is taught on day one. People die underground for ordinary reasons. Rockfall, bad air, equipment failure, getting lost, doing something real stupid and not realizing it until it's too late. Those are the common ones. But every now and then, something else happens. Something that doesn't fit neatly into a report or a safety briefing. Something you won't hear about unless you've been around long enough or you've seen it yourself. That's why the rules are there. Not to explain anything or scare anyone, just to warn the next person. If you ever go underground, be mindful. Take your time, pay attention. Remember that the dark doesn't care how confident you feel or how many times you've done it before. And most of the time, you'll make it back out. But if you don't, it won't matter whether it was nature, carelessness, or something much worse that took you. Down there, the difference doesn't mean much. So remember the rules and be careful.